అవును సార్.
హలో.
ఇంకా రాలేదు సార్.
ఈ లైట్స్ చుట్టూ ఉన్న లైట్స్
అది అక్కడే ఉంటుంది.
హలో. వచ్చేసారు.
వచ్చేసారా? అప్పుడే.
గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ సార్. రెస్పాండింగ్ సార్. చిత్తూరు సార్. గుడ్ మార్నింగ్. గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ సార్. థ్యాంక్ యూ
సార్. ఎన్ఆర్సి కడప. గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ సార్.
గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ అండి.
ఓకే సార్, థ్యాంక్ యూ.
తెలుపు ఈ టైంలో వెళ్ళిపోతుంది. తెలుపు సిగ్నల్ సిగ్నల్
ఇప్పుడు ఆన్ చేస్తున్నారు.
అయ్యా అడిగిపోతున్నాయి కదా. ఇది ఇది చూడు, ఇది సిస్కో వెబ్ ఏదో ఇది చూడు, బొమ్మ రావట్లేదు ఏంది? వచ్చిందా ఇప్పుడు? ఏం చేసినావు? ఎవరు ఆఫ్ చేస్తారు కదా, ఇప్పుడు సౌండ్ వస్తుందా? వాల్యూ
హలో సార్, గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ సార్.
గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ అండి.
సార్, am I
గుడ్
audible?
మార్నింగ్. యా యు ఆర్ ఆడిబుల్. యు ఆర్ ఆడిబుల్.
Okay, sir. Just wait one or couple of minutes. Almost all NRCs are just now getting into the rooms. Just a couple of minutes, sir. Please bear with us.
Sir, are all participants at their respective places, or they have joined at one place?
Sir, they are from distant places, sir. From Rajahmundry, from Ongole.
They are participating from their respective places, right?
Yes, sir. Yes. Nodal Resource Centers, sir, across the state.
Okay.
రాంబాబు గారు, ఒకసారి ఆల్ నోడల్ సెంటర్స్ నుంచి ఒకసారి చూడరా?
ఓకేనండి.
అంతా ఓకే.
ఆల్రెడీ అయినాయి కొన్ని. ఉమెన్ విశాఖపట్నం, ఒకసారి మీ ఆడియో ఒకసారి టెస్ట్ చేసుకోండి. ఉమెన్ విశాఖపట్నం.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Responding.
ఓకే మేడం. ఉమెన్ శ్రీకాకుళం. శ్రీకాకుళం
సార్
ప్లీజ్
రెస్పాండింగ్ సార్.
ఓకే సార్. రాజమండ్రి ఓకే.
రాజమండ్రి ఓకే సార్.
నెక్స్ట్ ఒంగోలు. ఒంగోలు has not yet joined. PVKN చిత్తూరు, ప్లీజ్ రెస్పాండ్.
సరే, అట్లీస్ట్
PVK అని
కూర్చోండి. ఎదురు కూర్చుంటే
ఎన్ఆర్సి కడప. ఎన్ఆర్సి కడప.
సార్, గుడ్ మార్నింగ్.
అందరూ వచ్చారండి? పార్టిసిపెంట్స్ అందరూ వచ్చారా?
వచ్చారు సార్.
అంటే మీరు ఇంకా లాగిన్ అవ్వలేదు. అనంతపురం తొందర ఆల్రెడీ రిసోర్స్ పర్సన్ వెయిటింగ్ లో ఉన్నారు. తొందర జాయిన్ అవ్వండి. ఓకే.
సార్, రాంబాబు గారు ఓకేనా?
సార్, ఇంకొక 2 ఎన్ఆర్సీలు జాయిన్ అవ్వాలి. వాళ్ళు టెక్నికల్ ప్రాబ్లం ఏదో ఉందన్నారు. ఒక 2 more minutes.
ఓకే, ఓకే, థ్యాంక్ యూ. రాంబాబు గారు, ఒకసారి మేము ఇంట్రడ్యూస్ చేసేస్తాము, వాళ్ళు జాయిన్ అవుతారు.
ఓకే సార్, ఓకే.
రిసోర్స్ పర్సన్ వెయిట్ చేయకూడదు.
మీరు కంటిన్యూ చేశాను సార్. మీన్ వైలో వాళ్ళు జాయిన్ అయిపోతారు.
మన సీతామహాలక్ష్మి మేడం ఇంట్రడ్యూస్ చేస్తారు సార్ని.
అందరికీ నమస్కారం. Warm welcome to our resource person, Professor Ramireddy Garu, to our TOT session, second day session. So before starting the session, I would like to introduce our resource person to the participants. Professor Ramireddy Garu is presently professor at Central University, Anantapur. Has enormous working experience in academics and research also. So he worked in Usmania University. He has been member in Telangana many board of studies and also Telangana State Higher Education Council. So today's title of today's session is Political Science Was, Is and Could Be. So with this brief introduction, I invite our resource person, Professor Ramireddy Garu, to the session. Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Thank you, madam. To begin with, I express my thanks to State Council for Higher Education, Andhra Pradesh, and the team members, especially Dr. Sita Lakshmi, for giving me an opportunity to talk to my young colleagues. Am I audible, sir?
Yes,
Am I
sir.
audible?
Sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, right. Firstly, I'm sure all my colleagues who are participating in this session knows both Telugu and English. If you don't have any objection, occasionally I will switch over into Telugu also. Would that be acceptable?
Yes, sir.
Would that be acceptable, Andy?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
You
right.
can use both languages.
Yeah, fine. Right. Firstly, when Madam asked me to talk to you, who are TOTs, trainer of trainers, I thought that let's talk about the political science as a discipline as such, instead of taking up any one topic in political science. The reason being that I am sure, and also I see many of you as experienced teachers in exposure to the discipline, I am sure, for more than 1 decade, a minimum of more than 1 decade. So that has made me to think in terms of having a relook at our discipline, that is the political science. That is the reason why I have titled it as Political Science as Was, Is and Could Be, even though it could be titled as Political Science Past, Present and Future, as Dr. Sita Mahalakshmi was suggesting to me, but I was insisting that let it be as Was, Is and Could Be. The reason is that you have, after a very long time, and in fact after few decades, now we have an opportunity to dedicate ourselves to the service of the discipline that is political science in our own way. Right? Again, the context is the National Education Policy 2020. Again, when I refer to the National Education Policy 2020, right, some of us may not agree with all the provisions, features of National Education Policy 2020, because we might be having personal differences, ideological differences and other kind of differences. But the fact of the matter is that the state of Andhra Pradesh has accepted National Education Policy 2020. Already you are 1 year old in the implementation of National Education Policy 2020. I had seen the structure of the discipline of political science as it has been Education Policy 2020 and the kind of papers and the courses that you have given, which I have gone through from the website of State Council for Higher Education. Keeping that in view only, I have titled this lecture as Political Science Was, Is and Could Be. Right. మనము రాజనీతి శాస్త్ర అధ్యయనంలో భాగంగా మనము విద్యార్థుల చేత మనము ఏమి అధ్యయనం చేయిస్తున్నాం? ఇది ప్రధానమైన ప్రశ్న. What is it that we have been making our students to learn in the discipline of political science? Again, we know that what we make our students learn also depends upon what we had learned earlier, and what we have been making our students to learn now, and what kind of learning we can introduce in the study of political science in the future. So that is the main point which I am trying to stress upon. రాజనీతి శాస్త్ర అధ్యయనంలో భాగంగా గతంలో మనం ఏం చదువుకున్నాం, మనం స్టూడెంట్స్గా ఉన్నప్పుడు ఏం చదువుకున్నాం, మన సార్లు మనకు చెప్పినప్పుడు వాళ్ళు మనకి ఏం చెప్పారు, వాళ్ళు స్టూడెంట్స్గా ఉన్నప్పుడు ఏం చదువుకున్నారు. మనము మన స్టూడెంట్స్కు గత 15 సంవత్సరాల నుంచో మనం రాజనీతి శాస్త్రంలో భాగంగా మనము వాళ్ళకి ఏమి బోధిస్తున్నాము, తర్వాత ఈ భవిష్యత్తులో మనం ఏమి బోధించగలం. దట్ ఈస్ హౌ ఇట్ వాజ్, ఈజ్ అండ్ కుడ్ బి. Again, as a senior student of political science, right, I am almost 3.5 decade old as a teacher of political science and 4.5 decade old as a student of political science. నా అనుభవం ఏంటంటే, రాజనీతి శాస్త్రంలో శాస్త్రం అనే పదం ఏదైతే ఉన్నదో ఆ పదానికి సరి అయిన పదార్థాన్ని ఇంతవరకు మనము ఇవ్వలేకపోయామని, తర్వాత స్టూడెంట్స్ మన విద్యార్థులతోటి దాన్ని ఒప్పింప చేయలేకపోయామనేది నా యొక్క ప్రగాఢమైనటువంటి వాదన. ఎందుకంటే మై ఆర్గ్యుమెంట్ ఆఫ్ దిస్ ఈస్ బేస్డ్ అపాన్ my experience and the experience of the discipline worldwide, especially in India since last 6 decades. We failed to convince our students that the science in political science is really a science. I am repeating, we failed to convince our students that the science in political science is really a science. Most of the time, our students believe that political science is that subject which explains few ideas which may not be practical always. This is the general understanding of the political science of the student community by and large across India, which we see yesterday, which we see today. And one of the reason for this may be that the kind of pedagogy that we adopt in delivering the subject is again pushes us towards this objective that political science is only an art, not a science, because hardly we take real situations in the classroom and explain those real situations in the classroom from the viewpoint of the principles, the generalizations, the concepts, the paradigms. Again, we all know that for example, మనకు తెలుసండి, మనం స్టూడెంట్గా ఉన్నప్పుడు చదువుకున్నాము, ఇప్పుడు కూడా మనం అదే చెప్తున్నాము. కేంద్ర రాష్ట్ర సంబంధాలు అంటాము, అందులో మనం గవర్నర్ పాత్ర తీసుకుంటాము, దానికి ఒక సర్కారియా కమిషన్ అంటాము, లేకపోతే ఒక రాజమన్నార్ కమిషన్ అంటాము, లేకపోతే అడ్మినిస్ట్రేటివ్ రిఫార్మ్స్ కమిషన్ అంటాము, రైట్ అనేసి మనము స్టూడెంట్స్గా ఉన్నప్పుడు మన సార్లు అదే చెప్పారు, మనం అదే చదువుకున్నాము, మనం పరీక్షలో అదే రాసాము, తర్వాత మనము పాఠం వాళ్ళు చెప్పేటప్పుడు కూడా అలా గవర్నర్ తీసుకొని కేంద్ర రాష్ట్ర సంబంధాలు అని మనకు చెప్పడం జరుగుతుంది. అయితే క్వశ్చన్ ఏంటంటే, ఆ పాఠం చెప్పేటప్పుడు, ఆ విషయాన్ని చెప్పేటప్పుడు అసలు గవర్నర్ గురించిన ప్రస్తావన రాజ్యాంగంలో ఎలా ఉంది, రాజ్యాంగ రచనా సభలో గవర్నర్ గురించిన ప్రస్తావనకు సంబంధించిన చర్చలు ఏంటి, ఆ చర్చల్లోని వివాదం ఏంటి, ఆ వివాదం అనేది ఎలా నిర్ణయించబడ్డది ఒకటి. తర్వాత గవర్నర్ తన అధికారాలను ఉపయోగించుకోవడంలో మనం చెప్తాం గవర్నర్ హ్యాస్ డిస్క్రిషనరీ పవర్స్ అని మనం చెప్తాం. కానీ మనం ఎప్పుడు కూడా, అంటే సమ్ ఆఫ్ యూ మే బి డిఫరెంట్, ఐఎమ్ టాకింగ్ ఇన్ జనరల్. సో మనం ఎప్పుడు కూడా గవర్నర్ విచక్షణ అధికారాలను దేని ఆధారంగా వినియోగిస్తాడు, on what basis the governor will use his or her discretionary powers. మనం విచక్షణాధికారాలు అంటాం, అయిపోతుంది. అయితే లాస్ట్ 2 decades లో మనం ఏం చూసాము, గతంలో లేనిది ఇప్పుడు న్యాయ వ్యవస్థ యొక్క జోక్యం కానీ లేక న్యాయ వ్యవస్థ యొక్క ప్రవేశము, గవర్నర్ తన అధికారాలను వినియోగించుకోవడంలో న్యాయ వ్యవస్థ జోక్యము లేకపోతే న్యాయ వ్యవస్థ ప్రవేశము, తర్వాత న్యాయ వ్యవస్థ తీర్పు. ఇవాళ గవర్నర్ తన అధికారాలు వినియోగించుకోవడంలో న్యాయ వ్యవస్థ యొక్క తీర్పులు లోబడి లేక అనుబంధంగా చేసేది మన గత 22 దశాబ్దాలను చూస్తున్నాం. అంతకుముందు మాలాంటి వాళ్ళు స్టూడెంట్గా ఉన్నప్పుడు అటువంటి ప్రస్తావన అనేటువంటిది లేనే లేదు. ఇది ఒక ఉదాహరణ. రెండొక ఉదాహరణ మనకు కేంద్ర రాష్ట్ర సంబంధాలు అని చెప్తాం. నేను ఉదాహరణను దేనికి ఆధారంగా అంటే ఎందుకు చెప్తున్నానంటే, we as a community of political science didn't succeed in driving home the point that political science is like any other science. It can be tested, it can be proved. అందుకనే రాజనీతి శాస్త్రం మీద మరి ఇతర సామాజిక శాస్త్రాల మాదిరిగా నేను చులకన భావన అనను, కానీ ఒక గంభీరమైన భావన విద్యార్థులకు ఉండటం అనేది అరుదుగా మనకు కనపడుతుంది. ఒక సహజ శాస్త్రాలకు ఉన్న పట్ల ఉన్న గాంభీర్యత మనకు రాజనీతి శాస్త్రం ఒక సామాజిక శాస్త్రంగా ఉన్నట్టు మనకు కనపడటం అనేది జరుగుతుంది. అందుకు నేను చెప్తున్నా, మనకు ఇప్పుడు కేంద్ర రాష్ట్ర సంబంధాలు మనం స్టూడెంట్గా ఉన్నప్పుడు చదువుకుంది, మనం పరీక్షల్లో రాసింది, మళ్ళీ దాన్ని మనం పునరావృతం చేస్తాం. ఏం చెప్తాం, కేంద్రంలో ఒక పార్టీ, రాష్ట్రంలో వేరే పార్టీ అధికారంలో ఉన్నప్పుడు వాటి మధ్య ఘర్షణలు వస్తాయి, మనం ఇలా చెప్పుకుంటూ పోవటం అనేటువంటిది జరుగుతాం. ఇక్కడ నేను దీన్ని ఎందుకు ప్రస్తావిస్తున్నానంటే, the erosion of the respect to the discipline of political science is also because of the fact that even though politics deal with reality, but we are making political science to move away from the reality and limiting political science to the ideas and ideologies which are given by ideologues, intellectuals worldwide. We enjoy downloading those ideas and those ideologies into our mind and delivering them in the classroom, and those ideas and ideologies remain only as an ideas, not as an experiments, not as an experiences. That is making the discipline of political science to move away from the reality. Is it a new phenomena? It is not a new phenomena. This is how we had inherited the discipline of political science. We all the discipline we are dealing with today is the discipline which we had inherited, and that too we inherited from the West, right? Inherited from the West. Now look at what we had inherited from the West and how we have been dealing with what we have inherited from the West in the context of our own country, India. Because when we teach political science, when we teach politics of India, unless we relate politics of India to what we teach as political science in the classroom, student would be having only academic interest in it, but not the life interest in it. That is where we see the beginning of our failure as a teachers of political science, and also beginning of the failure of discipline, for which we may be indirectly instrumental. For example, take the case of democracy. We are told that democracy as an idea democracy as a practice was invented by someone, somewhere, and we inherited that idea, we inherited that practice, right? And we are practicing it. Now the question is, what we teach as democracy, what is being practiced as democracy, if we bring that into the classroom and create a real situation, absolutely what we teach, what is practiced, there is no absolutely there is no match between what we teach, what has been practiced. Yes, we bring in examples of distortions in democracy, but we don't relate those distortions to any kind of theoretical propositions or to any kind of principles, because we are not trained like that. We are not attuned ourselves for delivering that in the classroom in such a manner. And the result is that the democracy that we have been practicing is a sham. That is the realization which students at the end of the class would come to. But is it true? It is not true. Is it true? It is not true. What kind of difference we as a teachers of political science could make to the democracy in terms of teaching it, in terms of its applicability, in terms of its practice, in terms of the experiences? That kind of thing we are not bringing into the classroom as a teachers of political science when we teach Indian politics. And I'm sure many of you don't disagree with me. We teach about election commission, and if we dedicate 3 classes to election commission, we teach 2.5 classes only about the institution, rules and regulations of the election commission, not the electoral process, because we leave the electoral process to the journalists. 70% of real political science today, students are sourcing it from the newspapers. Students are sourcing it from the social media. Is that desirable? Is that advisable? It is not desirable. It is not advisable, in the sense that political science can do something. Political science can add something to it. Political science can do something. Political science can add something to it to bring, to deliver right and rightful lessons of democracy to the students in the classroom with practical experience. Because of the paucity of time, because of the pressure of the work, other than the academics, hardly we attend to this aspect. And most of the literature that we produce, or most of the literature that we suggest to our students in the classroom, prepare your topics from this chapter, from this book, from this, and you have only description of the institution, a description of the institutions. But we know that description of an institution is totally different from dynamics of the functioning of an institution. The science in political science, the science of political science, the science in political science essentially depends upon not the description of the institutions, but the dynamics of the functioning of the institutions. And we hardly, again, when I say this, I'm not blaming you, I'm not blaming myself. But the point is, we should not allow the discipline to be blamed. We should not allow the discipline to be blamed. Tomorrow, student says that science, but I don't know what is the process of the politics. What is the position of institutions in the politics? We teach them the position of institutions in law. We teach them the position of institutions in the constitution. But hardly we teach them the position of institutions in politics. It was not there in was, it is not there in is, but it could be made part in future. again, I will give you one example. We all know that there is what is known as Office of PMO, Prime Minister's Office. We all know that there is what is known as Office of CMO, Chief Minister's Office. Again, as students of political science, as students of public administration, we know very well that in the entire length and breadth of the Indian Constitution, nowhere we see the traces of the Office of the Prime Minister, PMO, Office Prime Minister's Office, or CMO, Chief Minister's Office. But we all know very well, as individuals, as teachers of political science, that politics, the politics are spring from the office of PMO. The politics spring from the office of CMO. How many of us, whether it is in political science or in public administration, are explaining this office of CMO or office of PM? Right? We all and remember the kind of difference it make, not only to the discipline but also understanding of the political process. Understanding of the political process, because we know that politics and institution, politics live with us. It is we who create politics. It is we who continue politics. And do we create politics? Do we continue politics? Yes. Through informal institutions. Explain now. Tell me, if I ask you, or if we raise a question to ourselves, where do we fit in the office of CMO or office of PMO? Does it come under public administration or does it come under political science? Is it a constitutional institution? Is it a legal institution? Is it an institution created through an executive order like earlier Planning Commission, now Niti Ayog? But we all know that మనకు ఒక తెలుగులో సామెత ఉంది, రాజుగారి ఆజ్ఞ లేకపోతే చీవన్న కదలదు అన్నట్టు. పిఎంఓ లేకపోతే సిఎంఓ నుంచి లేకపోతే ఏ ప్రక్రియ కూడా ప్రారంభం అనేది కాదు. You have a parallel cabinet, you have a parallel secretariat in CMO and in PM. My point here is, when the home for real politics is those institutions, how come we as teachers of political science, making our students who are students of political science, that to Indian politics, not to understand, not to know, and not to understand functioning of these offices, thereby eroding the respect to the discipline. I don't think we have that right to omit such important offices. Why we are doing it? Because we had inherited, talking of was, we had inherited the knowledge of democracy as it evolved from the West, and we still continue in our explanation those Western traditions. Those are good, but we have evolved our own institutional mechanisms. In the last 7 decades, we have evolved our own institutional mechanisms to run our own politics, to create our own political process. But are we locating ourselves in our political process? Are we inviting our students into our political process and trying to explain this is what has been happening, or this is the way democracy in India is run? Let's not go into the question of good and bad. First, let's go into the question of understanding the way democracy is run. I will give you one more example. This is to show to you, this is to establish the fact that how we are deviating from the fact, but which we don't have a right, because we say that ours is a science. Ours is a science. If we fail to find the truth, at least we should base our explanation, as long as our claim is that ours is a science, on facts. I'm sure many of you would remember, even though it is a 10 years old institution which no longer exists, right? When UPA government was in power, UPA 1 and UPA 2, there used to be one institution called NAC. Do you remember? Not the present NAC, NAAC. That NAC we all. Do you remember the NAC? NAC. Any one of you remember NAC? It is known as National Advisory Council. Madam. Madam, am I audible now?
సార్ మీరు కంటిన్యూ చేయొచ్చు సార్. ఒకసారి
ఏమండి?
మాట్లాడండి సార్. వినిపిస్తుంది సార్.
మీరు మాట్లాడేది వినపడుతుంది, నేను మాట్లాడేది వినపడుతుంది నాకు.
సార్ వినిపిస్తుంది, మీరు కంటిన్యూ చేయొచ్చు సార్.
Right. Sorry for this technical snag. Yeah, no. Right. The question I am trying to address is that what are we doing science in political science or science of political? I have been talking about the NAC, National Advisory Council. National Advisory Council was an important body that existed when UPA government was in the power for 2 terms. As a students of political science, as a teachers of political science, we teach Indian politics by saying that there is a council of ministers, there is a cabinet minister headed by the prime minister, blah, blah, blah. Then we will say that it is this council of ministers which approves policies and which approves drafts of the bills, and they are approved in the parliament and all that. But we all know that in UPA government, it was neither council of ministers nor cabinet, which played a decisive role. It was National Advisory Council led by Srimati Sonia Gandhi, who was the Congress president at that time. Am I audible, madam?
Yes, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Audible.
Sir, audible. Please continue, sir.
Okay, right. So this National Advisory Council was headed by Sonia Gandhi. Now, question is why we are making a reference to this? Not because it was a Congress party, not because it was Sonia Gandhi and all that. My point is not that. We are approaching to this point purely on the basis of the requirements of the discipline that is political science. How we explain the functioning of NAC in Indian politics. Did we explain at all? I am sure we didn't explain. Did we have that topic in our syllabus? I am sure we don't have it. But we teach Indian politics. We teach Indian politics without touching upon the NAC. Again, the question is why we think that is more important, not NAC as a body, but NAC as a process, which contributed to the political process in India. Again, as a senior student of Indian politics, you know very well that it was under UPA regime that what is known as rights-based regimes were introduced. In other words, in your own state, that is Andhra Pradesh, and in the city from where I am speaking now, that is in Anantapur, you all know that Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Program was inaugurated by the Prime Minister and all the top Congress leadership. And it was followed by few other rights-based regimes which changed the course of Indian politics, like Right to Information Act, Food Security Act, Forest Rights Acts. Now the question is, who made these acts? The answer that we give in the classroom, the answer that we teach to our students is, it is the Indian Parliament, it is the Council of Ministers of Government of India, it is right that made these laws. Yes, officially it is so, but is it so? It is not so. It was the National Advisory Council consisting of Sonia Gandhi as Prime Minister, few ministers who are its members, and few intellectuals and few people from civil society. And this group constituted the National Advisory Council. For example, you all know the name of Jay Prakash Narayan, the Lok Satta man. He was, for one term, he was member of National Advisory Council. It was this body that framed the draft of this new legislation, whether it was NREGA or Right to Information Act or Forest Rights Act or Food Security Act. It was not the ministry. It was the National Advisory Council that made. Now, question is, it was the National Advisory Council which acted as a parallel body to the Council of Ministers that initiated the laws, that initiated the policies, which were later taken up by the Council of Ministers and approved, and thus they became laws or they became the policies. Did we bring this fact? Did we bring this fact in our explanation of Indian politics? Hardly we bring. Hardly we bring. And bringing that makes all the difference to the science in political science and to the science of political science. That's one. And right, these are the areas which are distancing the discipline of political science from its claim as a science, thereby making losing the seriousness of the discipline. This is where I want we as senior students, we as teachers in political science should involve and bring those unattended areas which should be made part of the discipline to make the discipline realistic, practical, and pragmatic. Then only the respect for discipline would grow, would increase. If we have a question, sir, where do we get it? That is the problem. We don't write in our textbooks about these institutions which pop up off and on, make a decisive change to the course of Indian politics and disappear. If we don't acknowledge or take cognizance of those developments, and our explanation of Indian politics always remains incomplete. And it becomes hostage to our ideological dispositions. Hence, you have 101 kinds of explanation of Indian politics. That's one. And secondly, I will give you one more example. Again, I'm sure some of you teach international relations as part of political science, right? Now, since last 1.5 decades, we have been told that India wants permanent membership of the Security Council. India wants permanent membership of Security Council, and many of us would also argue that India deserves permanent membership of the Security Council, of course, along with few other countries of the world. Now question is, what would India do with its permanent membership of Security Council as and when India becomes permanent member? Do we have an answer to this one? Do we have an explanation to this one? Did any government, did any prime minister, did any external affairs minister made a statement that as and when India becomes permanent member of the Security Council, India would behave like this, not the way the present members of the Security Council have been behaving and deriding the process of democracy in the world politics. The simple question is, what kind of difference that India would make to the world politics as and when it becomes permanent member of the Security Council? We teach in the class as a part of international relations that India demands that one and India deserves that one. We go on explaining that process. But the point is, India would be one more permanent member of the Security Council and continue the status quo in the world politics. India would not initiate any change in the world politics. India would continue with the existing structure and process of the world politics. We don't connect our students as a part of political science while explaining this to this aspect. The result is that innovation is lost, invention is disappeared, and interest remains purely academic or examination oriented. There is no practical interest. There is no practical interest, thereby dragging the student into the science of politics. I always tell to my students how deep you are in the science of politics. Allow me to drown you in the science of politics. Allow me to drag you and drown you into the science of politics. Then only student, because the science of politics emanates from connecting politics to the reality. We are very good at connecting politics to the constitution, connecting politics to the law, and try to explain the gaps between the constitution and practice of politics, gaps between law and practice of politics. But the point of the matter in politics is the practicality of the politics. The practicality of the politics. A politics which made itself acceptable to its subjects, that is the people. Which made itself acceptable to its subjects, that is the people. And a politics which is acceptable to the people, which may not be in tune with the, not in violation, which may not be in tune with the constitution, which may not be in tune with the provisions of the law, could be cancelled out. Idealistically, it could be cancelled out. Academically, it could be cancelled out. But pragmatic aspect of politics will not allow us to cancel out that aspect of politics which is acceptable to the people, but may not be in tune with the spirit of the law or spirit of the constitution. Are we bringing in these dimensions? Are we bringing in these dimensions to say that politics is not all about the constitution and what constitution wants it to be? If we have a question to ourselves, or tomorrow our student asks a question, sir, should politics be what constitution wants it, or what people wants from it, or what politicians make out of it? Three questions. సార్, రాజకీయాలు రాజ్యాంగాన్ని అనుసరించి ఉండాలనా, ప్రజలకు అనుకూలంగా ఉండాలనా, రాజకీయ నాయకులు అనుకున్నట్టు ఉండాలనా? రాజ్యాంగాన్ని అనుసరించి ఉండాలనా, ప్రజలు అనుకున్నట్టు ఉండాలనా, రాజకీయ నాయకులు అనుకుంటున్నట్టు ఉండాలనా? If they raise this question, right, and seek an answer from us as a teacher of political science, what kind of answer could we give? Where do we start from? The usual way that we start from is that, look, constitution says this, so hence politics should be in tune with the constitution. But again, we also teach to the student that constitution is not a static document. Constitution is a dynamic document. Constitution is a living document. Tomorrow you have a lecture on it. Constitution is a living document. A living document always moves. Where does constitution should move? Constitution should move with and among the people. Constitution should move with and among the people. Because it is we the people who made this constitution. Are we bringing these aspects in our classroom to make political science a pragmatic subject? hitherto, yeah, it is because we have given a design of political science as an academic discipline, saying that political science consists of these many subdomains, right? A political theory, a political institution, a comparative politics, right? And international relations. Nowadays, we are also including the public policy. And when we distribute papers as a part of political science, we pick up few papers from each of these subdomains and we start teaching them. And I'm sure we studied, and we studied as students of post-graduation. We also make our students study public policy independent of Indian politics. Could public policy be made to understand independent of Indian politics? Policies are products of politics. Policies are products of politics. We give a definition. State does, what government does, what government doesn't is the public policy, and go on teaching. What kind of interest that student would be having, and what kind of service we would be doing to the discipline of political science if we divorce politics from policies. If we divorce politics from policies, what kind of service we would be doing to the discipline of political science? So that is the reason why now you have an opportunity. Again, whether we may be having reservations with national education policy or not, you have now, thanks to 4-year course, thanks to honors with research. Now, how do we want to honor the BA honors political science? What kind of honor we would like to give? What type of honor we would like to give to the discipline of political science? Should we extend the political science that we have been teaching as a part of 3-year course? We extend the same thing by teaching it as a part of 4-year course. Or should we bring changes in the structure of the courses of political science? This is where my question is, what it could be. It could be really made. Political science could be really made into a practical science. It could be really made into a practical science. Again, not through what you have been teaching as positivism, empiricism, logical positivism, behavioralism, and post-behavioralism. All those things, all those debates certainly enrich the academic nature of the discipline called political science. Right? How we are creating the practical wealth. How we can create the practical wealth in the discipline of political science. We have created, right, wealth which is oriented. But we ourselves will teach in the class after teaching a theory, and this theory has these many limitations. This theory has this type of criticism, and this theory is not of much use, and move to the next theory because we have those theories as part of our syllabus. But what is the practice? What is the practical knowledge? Or what is the practical wealth that we would like to add to the discipline of political science and enrich it and make it really science, which is what it can be made, which is what it could be. Are we doing? Are we prepared to do? You take any subdomain of political science, you pick up any subdomain of political science, and we all know that most interested part of political science is, one is the political institutions, second one is the international relations, third one is, if you want to say differently, Indian politics. Take these three. Take these three. Now, I will give you one example. Take political institutions. Political parties are a type of political institutions. When we teach political parties, what do we teach? we teach political parties as national parties and regional parties. And of course, if time permits, we give the criteria employed by the Election Commission in recognizing a party as a national political party, a party as a regional political party. But if you see Indian politics since last 2 decades, Indian politics, which is Indian politics, which is an electoral democracy, some say it is an electoral autocracy, that is a criticism. Indian politics, which is an electoral democracy, is made complete not only by national political parties, not only by regional political parties. There are many mini political parties, mini, M-I-N-Y. There are many mini political parties across India that are enriching the electoral politics of India since last 2 decades. If we raise a question to ourselves, what are the main political parties in terms of electoral politics in Uttar Pradesh? The answer that we give, if student asks this question, the answer that we give to our students is that a Congress party, a BJP party, an Aam Aadmi party, or an Aam Aadmi party, or a Samajwadi party. There are regional parties, there are national parties. We say this. Is link lost?
No, sir. The వినిపిస్తోంది. May continue.
Right. What kind of answer we give? We say that there are national political parties, there are regional political parties, and that make electoral politics in UP complete. Is it the correct answer? It is incorrect answer. You have many mini political parties in Uttar Pradesh that are completing the electoral politics in Uttar Pradesh. Do we know the names of those political parties? They are playing the realistic role. They are playing the pragmatic role. They are adding new political processes into public policy regimes. How many of us would throw light on those and bring them into our explanation of electoral politics in India? Same is the case with the Rajasthan. Same is the case with the Bihar. Same is the case with the Tamil Nadu. I'm sure you know, right? When we say Tamil Nadu, we say there are 2 main regional political parties and 2 secondary national political parties, Congress or the BJP. But do you know that there are nearly 6 mini political parties which play decisive role in electoral politics of Tamil Nadu? Not in terms of votes alone, not in terms of seats alone, but in terms of policies and programs. That is most important to us. In terms of policies and programs, that is most important to us. Did we comprehend this aspect of electoral politics? Part of teaching Indian politics. Hardly we. The reason is that we always get carried over by dominant paradigm. But we should not be. We should not be carried over by dominant. We should respect the dominant paradigm, but we should give equal space and equal respect to emerging paradigms so that you can make a difference to the political science. What you can make it, what it could be. That is in our hand as a teachers of political science. Now, another question which frequently raised to us is, right? What is the employability of the discipline of political science? What kind of jobs we get? If students ask us, we give the answer saying that it will prepare for competitive examinations. That is the standard answer which we give. The added answer which we give is that it can write, if you want, you can become a journalist, you can write to the newspapers. But again, I am sure many of you are aware of these developments, that today a political science is also emerging as a scientific pole science. POLLSIENCE. Political science is emerging as a scientific pole science. Did we get into that? Do we have any course to teach to students political science as pole science? Because we in political science talk about democracy, talk about representative democracy, talk about electoral system, talk about elections, talk about political parties, but hardly we pay attention or we drive attention of our students to this emerging discipline called pole science. I'm telling you nothing new. I am only reminding you. Right? If we ask a question to ourselves, would Prashant Kishore teach better about electoral politics, or would you and I teach better about electoral politics? I would say that Prashant Kishore would be a good teacher of electoral politics. Prashant Kishore is a good teacher of electoral politics because he is making politics a science. He is making politics a practical field. He is making politics as a living job. Sometimes he succeeded, sometimes he failed, but he is continuing. And today you don't have one Prashant Kishore. You have 1001 Prashant Kishores spreading across India who have made or who are trying to make political science as pole science. Are we looking into this? Are we adding this dimension to our explanation of electoral politics? Certainly not. Who prevented us? If we don't do this, what kind of respect that student would be having us? But on the discipline, look, sir, what your discipline can't teach, an article in newspaper would teach to me about the reality of electoral politics. Should we allow that to happen at the cost of our reputation as a teachers of political science, at the cost of the reputation of the discipline of political science? You have an emerging area in political science known as political marketing. How politicians sell their ideas. You know who are the buyers, who are the sellers. There is a science called political marketing. Politicians are successfully selling their ideas to the people. We teachers of political science in the classroom, we find objections to those ideas, we find reservations, we have our own reservations on those ideas and share with them. But do we tell to our students what is the secret of success of selling those ideas by politicians? What are those techniques of that political marketing? Because that is living political science. That is living political science. There is a learning political science and there is a living political science. A learning political science should not stop at learning. A learning political science should take us into the domain of living political science. Right? My experience makes me to say that at the most, we equip our students with learning political science, but that also not all what is needed to learn. What do we do with our learning? We make a living out of our learning. What kind of living, a student of political science would make out of his learning of political science in the classroom, made possible by you and me? What kind of living he would make if he raises a question to us? What kind of convincing answer we would be having? Especially when we have these parallel developments in the discipline of political science. That is the reason why political science is no longer was, no longer is. Political science should be what it could be made into, what it could be made into. That is the challenge. That is the challenge, what it could be made into. How can we adopt political science into life? How can we make political science not as a science of learning, but as a science of living? You don't have an universal formula for this. Even if there is a universal formula, that universal formula doesn't fit all. Nowadays we say that one size doesn't fit all. No, we have to evolve our own formulas, and there are no fixed formulas to it. Formulas are dynamic. Formulas are dynamic. And this is where we as a teachers has to intervene and try to make a difference to the discipline so that the discipline garners more respect and could be made into more dynamic and could be transformed into the practice oriented, could be transformed into practice oriented. I had seen your course structure, the program structure. You have internship. You have made internship compulsory. And you send for your internship to your students to different offices and all that. Right? What is it that practically they are learning? And what is it that you want them to learn? How do you connect what you have learned, what they have learned to the discipline? How do you connect? How do you connect what they have learned as a part of their inter to the discipline? Are you doing that? Are we doing that? This is where we are slipping out of. This is where we are slipping out of our. This is where that's declining. You me, you are free. There is mostly because you science in their competitive examinations, different types of. You don't find many takers to the political science. Am I audible?
సార్ ఇప్పుడు వినిపిస్తుంది. మధ్యలో ఒక 2 minutes మళ్ళీ కట్ అయింది. నెట్ కనెక్టివిటీ
Right.
లేదు.
Yeah.
ఇప్పుడు బానే
Yeah.
ఉంది.
Yeah, sir. So, dear colleagues, the theme of my talk and the burden of my song since last 1 hour is that here is an opportunity to reorient the discipline, to recast the discipline, to remold the discipline based upon not just the borrowed experiences, borrowed wisdom, borrowed intelligence. We respect all that. But remember, I may not be an intellectual, but as a human being, I have a common sense. And remember, most of politics is all about common sense. Most of politics is all about the common sense, not all about intelligence. So my earnest appeal to all of you is that don't keep the political science as it was. Don't continue as it is. You make it what it can be in terms of making it a practical discipline, a discipline of life, a discipline of living, not just a discipline of learning. Hitherto, we have made political science, albeit a rich discipline of learning. To that extent, we all have respect for discipline, and of course, we also got the respect. But no longer that respect carries the discipline forever, because already discipline is getting branched out. Discipline is getting branched out. If we fail to take cognizance of the new branches that are coming out of the discipline and moving away from the core discipline and shaping those areas into practical disciplines, if we are not following that, then we would be where we are as students of Plato or as teachers teaching Plato's ideal state. Yes, it is required, but there is something more that is required where you and I can make a difference to the discipline. Where you and I can make a difference to the discipline, because we are having with us all our students at undergraduate level are new voters. They are the first time voters. They are the new voters. They are the first time voters. I'm not saying that you orient their political orientation. No, you orient them in politics, in the practical aspect of the knowledge of the politics. Where do you get it? You get it from the living experience of politics. As I have given you few examples, there are 1001 such examples in India and worldwide. As I told to you, an office of a governor, an office of a CMO. Do we have a lesson on CMO in our syllabus? Can any one of you respond?
No, sir, we don't have. Even
We don't have.
PMO is
Then-
there,
then-
but not CMO.
Yeah. So
But
now the question.
whatever
Yeah, tell me.
you are just presenting before us is really a thought-provoking one, because these things which you are neglecting, but we are discussing in the classrooms, but not putting it in the textbooks. So we
Yeah,
have to have more these kind of things, because NEAC, as you told, really we discussed at the time, but it's a constitutional, extra constitutional body like that we discussed, because it came in the paper, and also paper clippings and all these things we are showed to the students, and we discussed all these things, but not because it's a degree colleges, so we don't have that much of insights as it is there in the post graduation and also at the research level. But we are doing it, but not at not at a lot of the total things.
No. Sir, I agree with you, but at the same time, I beg to differ with you. No longer think that I am a degree college teacher. Please don't think like that. Right?
Okay, sir.
One,
Okay.
one, two. Now, unlike in the past, now you have access to the resources. Right? No longer it is the privilege of only university to have access to the resources. That is true. Thirdly, we discussed. How did we discuss? We discussed either in the form of criticism or in the form of praise. I'm talking in general. You might have discussed this differently. But if we raise a question to ourselves, because we have a living example at our who are associated with the NAC. One is Jayaprakash Narayan Garu, another one is Raju Garu. He was the joint secretary of the NAC, an IAS officer from Andhra Pradesh cadre. Do you remember his name?
No, sir. No, sir.
Raju Garu, IAS officer, and right, he is husband of one of your former principal secretary, higher education, Miss Damayanti.
Oh, okay.
Damayanti, you know?
Yeah. Yes, yes, sir. She worked here.
She was my senior in Usmania. Leave that one. So Jayaprakash Narayan sir was there. Raju, they were. The point is, we could have made that into a practical class by inviting them. Don't again, sir. Don't think in terms of undergraduation and post graduation. No. And especially when you are going for 4 years program and honors program, there is no such thing. There is no such thing. And look, my pain after these many decades of experience as a senior student of political science is that we are missing, or we are making our students miss quality of politics in the name of politics.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Which it should not have been. Which it should not have been, because we go to the West and study the practicality of politics and appreciate there by availing this fellowship or that fellowship, but come back, but don't bring that kind of practicality in teaching politics here. Which is doing disservice to the discipline of political science, equally disservice to the students of political science. Right, since you are all teachers who teach to the first time voters, that is the reason why I have accepted this one, because there is nothing for me to teach new to you. You are all senior teachers. I could have easily chosen any one topic and gave a lecture that would have been the end of my role here, which I didn't want, because it pains me. It pains me when students say that what is there in political science, whatever political science that I need to know, I can learn from newspapers, from TVs and TV debates. And most of the answers that we see in our answer books, in our examinations, are based upon from that only. Should we allow that to happen? That is my problem, is that my pain is that we are trained, we are guided. That is the reason why was and is, leave those two, not completely, half. Bring rest of half, the practice of politics. Can we, sir, can we imagine?
Yes, yes.
Can't we do, sir, can't we do this?
Yes,
Can't
we
we
can do,
bring
sir.
sir, can't we bring a defeated MLA and a elected MLA to tell how to win elections? Can you and I teach how to win elections
No
better
need of.
than? But why are not, the point is, why are not we doing it? What prevents us from doing it? Why should it be? If a politician belongs to one color or the other color, that is nature of politics. We are not interested in those colors. We are interested in their experiences, sharing their experiences with us, which we don't have. An idea, a original idea. We read from newspapers or we interact with them and we gain something, and based upon that we present. What we say, I am not saying it is wrong, but remember, a lecture by a politician on election on elections, you can see a difference, isn't it? Isn't it? Why this is right in the West they do this, and we praise the West. And when we have opportunity, we have necessity to do this, why we don't do this? Bring a retired bureaucrat from CMO. Ask him or her to explain the functioning of the office of the CMO. Can he or she can teach better than you and I me with regard to the functioning of the office of CMO. And the functioning of the office of CMO makes all the difference to the systems, to the institutions, to the processes, systems, institutions, and processes which we teach by taking it from constitution, by taking it from law, which actually do not happen. Right? I think I will stop here. Right? If I have made you to think something differently, that is my success. And right, success may be a different big word, but I think my mission is accomplished. Right? The very fact that I have interacted with you only to make you to think that we can think differently about political science and bring a difference to the discipline of political science. A discipline of political science is that discipline which is not the job of any Tom, Dick, and Harry. You require experienced people, academically, practically.
Thank you, sir. Your
Thank you,
lecture
madam.
has landed us to think about how it could be, how political science could be. Actually, whatever you have mentioned throughout your lecture, so all the passion and pain behind your lecture actually made me to think it's a subjectivity of the teacher in the classroom, depending on the time and also kind of aptitude.
Yeah.
So this is completely subjective.
Madam, again, sorry for what I know. Please, we all know the class constraints. We all know the instructor constraints. I'm sure none of you would disagree with me if I say that today in a college, teaching.
Sir? Sir, I think again there is a technical glitch over there.
Oh, no.
Yes, sir.
Now I'm audible, madam. Yeah.
Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
బోధనలో మార్పును వేరే ఎవరో చెప్తే ఎవరో తీసుకొస్తే మనం అనుసరిస్తాము అనే అర్థాన్ని మనం త్యజించాలి. రాజనీతి శాస్త్ర బోధన పద్ధతిలోనే మార్పు మనకున్న పరిమితులలో మార్పును తీసుకురావాలి. మీరు అన్నది క్లాస్ రూము, టైము, సిలబస్ ఇవన్నీ జస్ట్ ఇవ్వండి. ప్రెసిడెంట్, రాష్ట్రపతి ఉంది, రాష్ట్రపతి అర్హతలు ఇవన్నీ కూడా మనం నిజంగా పాఠం చెప్పాలా? తెలుగులో ఉంది పుస్తకం, ఇంగ్లీష్ లో ఉంది, వాళ్ళని చదువుకోమనాలే. అసలు నిజంగా ఎవరు రాష్ట్రపతికి ఎన్నిక కాబడతాడు? ఎవరు రాష్ట్రపతిగా ఎన్నిక కాబడతాడు? రాష్ట్రపతికి ఎన్నిక కాబట్టడానికి రాజకీయ అర్హతలు ఏంటి? మనం చెప్తున్నామా ఎక్కడన్నా? రాజ్యాంగ అర్హతలు చెప్తున్నాం, చట్టబద్ధమైన అర్హతలు చెప్తున్నాం, రాజకీయ అర్హతలు చెప్తున్నామా? రాజకీయ అర్హతల్ని మనం క్లాస్ లో డిస్కస్ చేయండి. రాజ్యాంగ అర్హతలు, చట్టబద్ధమైన అర్హతలు తేట తెలుగులో వాళ్ళకు వచ్చిన ఇంగ్లీష్ లో చక్కగా 1, 2, 3, 4 అక్కడ రాసి ఉంటాయి. తర్వాత వాళ్ళకి ఏ ఫోన్ ఇట్లా గూగుల్ కొట్టగానే వాళ్ళ విశ్వగురు గూగుల్ ఉన్నాడు చెప్తా పోతాడు. నేను అనేది ఏంటి మేడం అంటే మనకున్న తక్కువ సమయంలో దానిని పునరావృతం చేయకుండా వాట్ ఈస్ ఇంపార్టెంట్? రాజకీయ అర్హతలు ఎట్లా మారుతుంటాయి? రాజకీయ ప్రాధాన్యతలు మారుతూ ఉంటే రాజకీయ అర్హతలు మారుతూ ఉంటాయి. రాజకీయ ప్రాధాన్యతలు ఎట్లా మారుతాయి? ప్రాధాన్యతలు ఎవరు మారుస్తారు? అది ముఖ్యమైన విషయం, వాస్తవిక విషయం. దానికి మనం టైం తీసుకోవాలి. దానికి మనం ఎవరి మీద కూడా కంప్లైంట్ చేయొద్దు. అది ఆ టీచరు అలా టైం తీసుకొని అటువంటిది అవుతేనే ఆ శాస్త్రం మీద నిజమైన ఆసక్తి ఉంటుంది మేడం. లేకపోతే పరీక్ష ఆసక్తి, పోటీ పరీక్ష ఆసక్తి, తర్వాత అది ఇంకేమీ పెద్దగా ఉండదు. అది నేను నా అనుభవం తోటి చెప్తున్నానండి, కొంత బాధతోటి కూడా చెప్తున్నాను. థ్యాంక్ యూ ఫర్ గివింగ్ మీ దిస్ ఆపర్చునిటీ.
Definitely, we will adopt all these regularly. And is there any questions from any NRC, other NRCs? Clarifications or questions from any other NRC? One minute, sir. Somebody is, I think,
Yeah, fine.
to
Fine.
interact.
No.
Sir, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Andy.
Sir, first of all, I would like to one question, sir. Sir,
Please,
your
sir.
presentation is very wonderful. So you are mentioned in one important thing. Why India has not become a permanent member in Security Council? So what are the parameters to fulfill by India to become as a permanent member in the Security Council? And who will, yes, sir, one more important thing, sir, and who will accept it to become as a permanent member in Security Council? This is my
Right.
question, sir.
ఓకే, ఫైన్ అండి. యాక్చువల్గా సరే, మీరు ప్రశ్న అడిగారు సార్, మీరు దానికి నేను నాకు తెలిసిన సమాధానం చెప్తాను. కానీ నేను ఈ విషయాన్ని ప్రస్తుతించిన సందర్భం వేరండి. నేను ఏ సందర్భం వేరు. నేను ఏ సందర్భం చెప్పానంటే, ఇది బంద్ చేసి, నేను ఏ సందర్భం చెప్పానంటే, భారతదేశము భద్రతా మండలిలో శాశ్వత సభ్యత్వాన్ని కోరుకుంటుంది. భారతీయులుగా మనందరం కూడా కావాలని అనుకుంటాం. భారతదేశానికి అర్హతలు బాగానే ఉంది. నేను ప్రస్తావించిన అంశం ఏంటంటే, భద్రతా మండలిలో శాశ్వత సభ్యునిగా భారతదేశం అయినాక ఎప్పుడైతే అది అవుతుందో, అయినాక ఏ రకమైన మార్పును అది ప్రపంచంలో తీసుకొస్తుంది? కొనసాగుతున్న వ్యవస్థనే కొనసాగిస్తుందా, లేకపోతే అందులో ఏమైనా మార్పులు తీసుకొస్తుందా? ఏ రకమైన మార్పులు తీసుకొస్తా అని ఎక్కడన్నా ప్రస్తావించిందా భారత ప్రభుత్వం? విదేశాంగ శాఖ మంత్రి కానీ, ప్రధానమంత్రి కానీ, శాఖ కార్యదర్శి కానీ ఎక్కడన్నా as and when India becomes permanent member of Security Council, we will do this kind of changes in the international relations అన్నదా అనేది? అంటే ప్రాక్టికల్ ఆస్పెక్ట్ మీరు అన్నారు. కానీ మీరు అన్నారు కదా, మీరు అన్నదానికి ఒకటే సమాధానం అండి. ఇఫ్ వి మేక్ అవర్ సెల్ఫ్, యాజ్ అండ్ వెన్ వి మేక్ అవర్ సెల్ఫ్ యాక్సెప్టబుల్ టు ది ప్రజెంట్ ప్రిసైడింగ్ డైటీస్. ఇప్పుడు ఐక్యరాజ్య సమితిలో మనకు 5 దేవుళ్ళు ఉన్నారు. ఆ 5 దేవుళ్ళ ఆశీర్వాదము సంయుక్తంగా సర్వసమ్మతితోటి మనకి ఎప్పుడైతే వస్తుందో అప్పుడు మనం శాశ్వత సభ్యులం అవుతాం. మనం చంద్రుని కాడికి పోనీయండి, రేపు సూర్యునికి పోనీయండి, ఇంకా సూర్యుడు అవతల ఎవరు ఉంటే అక్కడికన్నా పోనీయండి, మనం కాము. ఆ 5 యొక్క సర్వసమ్మతి వస్తేనే మనం అవుతాం. కాకపోతే ఏంటంటే, మారిన ప్రపంచంలో మారుతున్న సమీకరణాల దృష్ట్యా సర్వసభ్యత్వ అంటే శాశ్వత సభ్యత్వ సంఖ్యను పెంచాల్సిన అవసరం ఉన్నది. అందులో అర్హులుగా ఉన్న వాళ్ళలో భారతదేశం కూడా ఒకటి, ఇంకా అనేక ఇతర రాజ్యాలతో పాటు భారతదేశం కూడా ఒకటి. కాబట్టి భారతదేశం శాశ్వత సభ్యత్వాన్ని కోరుకుంటుంది. కానీ నా ప్రశ్న ఏంటంటే, తర్వాత ఒక అంతర్జాతీయ సంబంధాలు బోధించే ఉపాధ్యాయునిగా విద్యార్థి మన అడిగాడు, ఓకే సార్, ఇండియా బికమ్స్ పర్మనెంట్ మెంబర్, కానీ అది పర్మనెంట్ మెంబర్ అయినాక వాళ్ళతో కలుస్తుందా, దొంగలతో కలుస్తుందా, ఇది వేరే ఉంటుందా, ఏమైనా మార్పు తీసుకొస్తుందా? అది ప్రశ్న అండి.
ఓకే, థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్, థ్యాంక్ యూ ఫర్ క్లారిఫికేషన్.
రైట్.
థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్. క్రిటికల్ థింకింగ్ అన్నది పెంచాలి స్టూడెంట్స్ లో. జస్ట్ సిలబస్ వైజ్ వెళ్ళిపోకుండా సిలబస్ మీద దే షుడ్ డెవలప్ దేర్ ఓన్ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ అండర్స్టాండింగ్ అన్నది మీరు ఎంఫసైజ్ చేశారు. థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్ సార్ ఫర్ గివింగ్ యువర్ ప్రెషియస్ టైమ్ టు us.
థ్యాంక్ యూ అండి.
నమస్తే సార్.
నమస్కారం. ఉండవా
Good morning, everyone. I request other NRCs please join for the second session. Other NRCs are requested to join immediately. The resource person has already arrived. All members are requested to join immediately. The resource person has arrived. Other NRCs. We are running short of time. I request all NRCs join the session immediately. Welcome back to the second session of day 2, 5 days faculty training program on single major subject political science. I take this privilege of inviting Dr. Saurav, He is Associate Professor at School of International Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, to speak on research exploring the unexplored. But before that, I would like to give a brief introduction about the resource person. So Dr. Saurav is an Associate Professor at South Asian Studies, School of International Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University. He is also the visiting faculty at Malviya Center for Peace Research, Banaras Indian University, Varanasi. He was also the director of Pakistan Area Studies Program of Jawaharlal Nehru University in New Delhi. Formerly, he was the Dean, School of Social Sciences and Humanities at Central University of Jharkhand, Ranchi. His specialization includes political science, international relations, foreign and security policy, South Asian history and politics, and research methodology. With this brief introduction, I warmly invite Dr. Saurabh to speak to the Faculty of Political Science on research. Welcome, sir, on behalf of the faculty and on behalf of the JKC Monitoring Cell, Commissioner to College Education, Andhra Pradesh. Welcome, sir.
Are you, hello? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yes, sir, you are audible and visible also, sir.
Hello?
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir.
Hello?
Sir, you are audible.
Sir, you are
can
audible,
hear
sir.
us?
Hello?
Hello.
Sir, you are audible, sir.
Hello?
Audible, sir.
Hello? Hello?
Sir, can you hear us right now? So can you hear us right now? Hello?
No,
Yes, sir. Sir, you are audible.
no, I can't hear you.
Hello?
Hello?
Sir,
Sir,
NRC Rajmandri,
I
please
can't hear
respond.
you.
Anyone can respond.
Ah,
sir, you are visible, sir. You are audible as well. Other
hello?
nurses, can you please respond?
Hello?
Sir, good morning, sir.
Sir, you can continue, sir, because we are able to hear you and we are able to see you also, sir. You can continue. But other responses, other NRCs also, able to hear you and they are able to see you also, sir. Yes, sir, but in the meantime, we check out if at already technical issues there. సార్ ఇంట్లో ఉన్నారా?
Sir, please increase your volume, sir.
Unmute, sir. You are muted. Please unmute, sir.
Okay. Hello. Now it's fine, I think. Huh. So, a very good afternoon. I am Dr. Saurav, and today we are going to discuss the area which is very important for all of us. That in everyone's life, one day we in academics, we want to get a degree of PhD. And in that uh, area, we always find ourselves in nowhere. What to do? What's the problem? Which the topic should we select? What kind of chapterizations maybe? What is the literatures available? So that is a very difficult areas where all the researchers found themselves. And when they try to look, and especially from the areas which they have a very few ways of interaction. Suppose someone in the remote areas and trying to doing his PhD or her PhD, and he or she have hardly any opportunity to contact with the faculties from different areas, or especially on his or her choice. So today is our topic, that research exploring the unexplored. So always when some someone is doing his PhD, then we the first after clearing the research entrances, we try to get to some topic at earliest, or whatever the areas in our research, academics or any marketing or any no, any topic, whatever is someone plans to write something or contribute something. Then the first why we want to go for some research or some unexplored things on that particular issue is something new we are going to contribute to the society, or is it only for the sake of a degree? So that's the first distinction that we have to be very uh, clear about that, and that's the foundation of your own research. That if someone is planning to give his important span of time of 3 years or 4 years or 5 years on some particular issue, right, then he must do justice with his expenditure of time, and also how he or she is going to contribute to uh, uh, to the society, or something in that area of knowledge. Okay, so first thing, when we go for the research, our area should be very, that we have to be very motivated one, and we will work on that particular area, and our issue is to contribute innovation something, or something good useful to the society, number two. And number three, somewhere it should give some existing addition to the some existing knowledge. Now when someone starts, okay, you get enrolled yourself in the some university. Number two, you got the topic. Then how to move, and what kind of problems the researchers facing. So that is another important aspect. What kind of institute, where that is location, that your location, and the topic which is you are given, or you have selected, or you have the interest. Okay, that's again the three different aspects. Maybe your supervisor, or maybe your boss, maybe your principal, maybe your institution may emphasize you to work on some important areas. So that topic is given to you, not is of your choice. So you are landed in someone's different area, but you have to do, and you have not expertise of that particular area. That may also possible. Number two, if you are lucky and you are working allowed to work on whatever the area you have the interest, then the problem is that what kind of uh, ability of the research is already done research or already works you have. So that's maybe may give you some insight about your future course of action of suppose literature, availability of literature, the scope, the formation of your hypothesis, objective testing of your hypothesis, objectives, research questions. So when you formulate this research question or objective or hypothesis, so your existing literature on that particular topic may be of very useful. Now, if you cross that area also, if you done your survey of literature, then hypothesis, then objective, then research questions, everything, then you sit and try to uh, find that what kind of chapterizations may be in your research. So again, in that area, there may be a different chapters, different periods, different so many aspects on that particular topic. But here again, important issue that what kind of uh, chapters. Suppose it should have been something. Suppose someone working plans to work on Indian foreign policy. Now Nehru to Modi, one topic may be there. Another may be Modi's period of comparative study of his tenure of first and second. Maybe comparative study of Manmohan Singh and Modi. Maybe comparative study of UPA and NDA government. Maybe 1994 to 2024, 10 years of his policies. So on the same topic, there may be very different aspects on which you may have the interest and you may have the different chapterizations. Okay, fine. Now you are landed where you have already spent your 1 year in these dealings with all these things. Now when you go to the field and you try to look for some materials that may be supportive of your uh, own findings or testing of your hypothesis, then you find that lot of literature is already available, already retained, and you find that, oh, this is very difficult areas, so much literature. So how, what the methodology should be there to select that particular books, chapters, some journals, some newspapers for your art, your research. Suppose one day, uh, suppose that someone is working on Subhash Chandra Bose, okay, and you go to the library, and there are reports already available that what's the Subhash Chandra Bose, what happened, how he died, and there were some committees also. But till today, okay, that is still very suspicious. Nobody knows that what happened and how he died, and there were many rumors also that he was alive and he escaped somehow, but he was in many different areas. He was seen by different people and known as Gumnami Baba. So now someone goes to research, and from different libraries, different already available literatures, he or she uh, reaches to some conclusion, jumping to some conclusion. Then it may not be a good, or say a rational research or rational conclusion or testing of your hypothesis, that this is the already happened incident that happened in 1945. This 1 2 3 is the reports, and have this conclusion. So even on some historical facts, you may be of different analysis, different perspectives. Suppose socialism or Marxism or liberalist or individualist see the same issue of conflict in the society from different angles. Someone from the class struggle, someone from the gender perspective, someone from the environmental perspective, someone from the perspective from the downtrodden people. Okay, so that perspective, if you are using that particular book, okay, if suppose Prime Minister Modi, I just give you the example of India's neighborhood policy. So someone from in country like Nepal, so if someone that Nepalese Prime Minister KP Oli said about India's all this Lipu Lake, Kalapani, Limpia Dhara, these all issues of changing the map, he may have the different perspective of Modi's Indian neighborhood policy. But if you see from Indian perspective, then it was the Nepal's aggressive behavior and unrational behavior that uniformly you cannot change the international laws. Okay, you cannot change the map. So that from the different perspective, if the same topic, someone from Nepal contributing on that particular area and someone from India, okay, contributing on that particular area, their views may be different, right? Now, what the options a researcher have? How you see that, oh, this is the area, oh, this is the answers, okay, this I should take as a note for my own in support of my arguments. Okay, I will give you another one example of India's Kashmir. Okay, so under one researcher, I was just working and checking the thesis. I found that many places she was mentioning that India occupied Kashmir. India occupied Kashmir. So I asked from where that this word you coined. So she told, sir, from journal. So I found, okay, you bring me, you show me this journal that where that literature is available and that is written. Because always when we talk, it is Pakistan occupied Kashmir, POK, POK. So how they were mentioning, he was mentioning. Uh, so she told that, oh sir, I just got some Google and some PDF was available, so I have taken from that. So I told no problem, but you just take the printout and give it to me. Then I saw that it was Pakistan's someone from the Pakistan's journalist has written that particular article who has Chinese connections. Okay, so many times when you are doing some work, right? Some are trying to read some article, you have to be very, very careful that who has written that particular article, what or what is the purpose, why that particular article is important for you. So that you have to be very, very careful about the selecting the particular topic or particular uh, literature, available literature for your own your own uh, your own uh, justifying your arguments. So a researcher found it very difficult that when he or she is collecting, sitting on the internet these days, when I think most of you have uh, mm, when you are doing your PhDs or you planning to do, always find that how and where. Suppose someone you plan to come to Delhi, or someone you plan to come to go to Hyderabad, someone you plan to go for your own research to any of the South Asian countries abroad. Okay, then how will you go? Where is the funding? how much time you are going to spend, right? So these all things are very important. First, if suppose someone is working on Bangladesh, okay, so and you got the permission to go for a field trip for a month, say for a month, 30 days. Now, who is financing? Number one, how you will go there. Number two, how much money you have. Number three, the language barrier. Do you have the language? You know the local Bengali there or Urdu there, or you are you can only speak English. Number four, in which place in Bangladesh you are planning to go and contact the people. Suppose in the library, what kind of letters you already collected from your university. Number one. Number two, how much time you are going to in that library, and is it that sufficient for your work? If someone is working on Bangladesh, it doesn't mean that all kinds of literature is already available there. Okay, like in India, in all Indian universities, the library is not the same. Different Indian universities, different kind of libraries, different materials available, different set of people, different speaking language speaking. The cost of living is something different. In Delhi, someone comes, then it may be not less than 3,000, 4,000 rupees per day. A hotel is possible getting, and whole day you move here and there. So many libraries. Even the students of our own university doesn't know or they don't explore. Okay, so my point is that if you plan and if you go to some foreign universities, then whom to contact, what kind of material is available, who has written. Suppose on Indian context, suppose about Modi's policy, some Congress of Shashi Tharoor's writings, someone from Samit Patra has written some book. So on Modi, it may be different perspectives on Indian foreign policy. So even the same Indian politicians may have different perspectives on what the government is doing. Someone may be very happy with the policies, someone may be very critical. So the point is that any government, okay, if something is trying to do, a researcher has to be very careful, okay, that what kind of truth, what kind of rationality, what's the arguments in support or in against. You have to be very careful trying to get and trying to justify your arguments from different available literatures on the same topic of different authors. Okay, different political commentators, suppose different articles, different interviews, or if you get some opportunity, then you may try to get some uh, comments or some interaction with the local people. Then suppose something you may have the good primary data for your supporting your own ideas. Suppose someone is working on Indo-Nepal border. Some of my students said that they want to go to for a field trip. Then I told that how much money you have and how much time you have. First, tell me this, and what's the purpose. Sir, then I will write an article, good article on this topic, India Nepal relations. I told very fine. Then how much time you have? So sir, only 10 days we will go there. Then I told you fine, you have the good option of going by train, okay, to nearest Indian borders, either from the Gorakhpur side, Uttar Pradesh or Bihar or Uttarakhand. Then you may go there. You just be at the Indian side of the border or Nepalese side of the border, and you take the hotel wherever the cheaper hotels are available, and you are allowed to walk into any other territories, India to Nepal or Nepal to India without any permission or without any visas. Okay, and that you don't have to pay any transit fees also, any kind of fees. So wherever you get some good accommodation, you stay there. And if someone is planning to work on that, how the border is functioning, so every morning you go to the border and just be around that areas and try to get some your own experience. 4 days, 5 days, you just sit there, you just be there around and talk to the people, what kind of problems they face, what's the things they are exporting, what the things they are bringing, how much time they go to India, why they are going there, why Indian people coming to the Nepalese market, what they are doing, what their own perspective, what kind of they have the kinship, what the language is, who are going there, only businessmen or family purposes, or they are just moving here and there. So if after 10 days, after 15 days, and you are coming with some 3,000 or 4,000 words article, then lots of things someone can write about that water. And that might be a original contribution. So what the purpose? Why the topic exploring the unexplored? That many times we read already available literatures, okay, but we do not have that particular surveys or field work. Then already whatever the works we already done so many times, we try to find that article is important, definitely that are okay, but they may not be giving something good insight for the future readers, some new innovative any ideas or something which may be a good contribution to the existing knowledge. So if my point, that if someone has the limited time or someone has the limited options, limited financial support, then try to find topic according to that. And again, that how much time you have. Okay, that suppose in some universities, in Indian universities, someone has the 3 years time for PhD program, someone has 4 years time, like in our JNU is a 4 years time. Many universities maybe 5 years, many universities you are allowed even after 2 years. So in Indian universities, there are actually not a uh, particular institution UGC is there, okay, but regularization body. But still the universities have their own acts, and according to that act, they try to formulate some policy for any research degree. So in that way, you are allowed to, you find yourself from 2 to 5 years, say 3 to 5 years. Now everyone has to first year compulsorily uh, to do the research, the basic things. Okay, but second and third year is very crucial. So now if you have the time and you want to go, university is the planning to give you some kind of support, and or you have the some fellowships you are trying, then my suggestion is try to get any topic that suppose Bhutan here, again say Bhutan, every day you have to pay some money. Bhutan is a country that that finds its claim that it's a green. Hello. Oh, sorry. Sorry. So just I got one call and that was just showing. So sorry. So in Bhutan, suppose you are going to Nepal. So I gave you the example that you can cross the border without any passport and without any payment of your money. So any side of the Indian border or Nepal border, you are allowed to move as many times as you choice. Okay, as you like. And you can stay also uh, uh, there as per your choice or your how your pocket suits you. Now, in case of Bhutan, the same neighboring country on the same side, northern side, it's connecting with Nepal and India. Okay. Now in Nepal, you have to pay the green tax. Oh, in Bhutan, you have to pay the green tax. We know that happiness index Nepal, Bhutan uses, and uh, Bhutan says that it's a green country. So every tourist, if plans to visit Bhutan, he has to pay the transit fees, every day living. Someone is suppose 5 days you are living. So per day, government fixed some money, suppose $200 per day. So $100 per day. So you have to pay that money. So you cannot stay beyond your uh, because you're financially you are not that capable of doing. So, and if you have to go only for 3 days, so unnecessarily also you will not stay beyond that. But in case of Nepal, if you are going, you just 5 days, 7 days, 8 days, 10 days, because that is the financially so, helping you. So, as a researcher, but you have very limited money, you don't have much financial support. So, how will you manage? So, my the suggestion is that keep in mind everything when something go for any kind of research or someone of your own students going for some research. Again, in that universities, suppose in Bhutan, if you are going, that's the mountainous country, number one. Number two, a kind of Buddhist country. Number three, if you go to Bhutan, you have to pay the transit fees. Number four, if politically that country is stable, so uh, you have the political support, means the good government, India and Bhutan, good relations. So you will not find any problem. But if someone is working on Pakistan, so your student or any one of your friends or colleagues, if someone is working on Pakistan, how will you go for the field research? You know that the particular relations with the two countries is not good. So if someone is going to for a field trip in Pakistan, it may be a dream today. It's not politically that countries may you give the visa. That depends on your luck, and that may not be allowed. And again, one important issue, suppose in Nepal you are going, without visa you can move anywhere. In Bhutan you have to even pay some money, but you can move anywhere. But in Pakistan, if you are lucky, you get the visa, but you are not allowed to move everywhere. Pakistan gives the visa only to particular cities. Suppose you get for Islamabad, then only for Islamabad. You can't go to Lahore. Okay. So that is Peshawar, you can't go. Karachi, you cannot go. If Pakistani comes to India, if they get the visa for Delhi, they cannot go to Jaipur or Agra. So that's even Gurgaon. If they're going, you may say that, oh, if they go, then who can checking them? Yes, you are very right. Sorry. But if they're caught, then the problem starts. If they go and nobody found them, and they are smart enough to get it done with the support of any local Indians, then it's fine. The same case in Pakistan also. If you visit every places, no problem. But if you you are caught, then you may be jailed, because you are not allowed, and the relationship between these two countries are not good at all. So you have to rely on India Pakistan relations. If your friends, you yourselves, or your students working, then only on the available literatures, right? Now again, I am coming uh, to that available literatures, the source, what the source, who is writing, and what's the motivation. Suppose these days always BBC journal, or New York Times, Washington Post. There are so many foreign media that how they are projecting Indian developments, Indian political developments, or Indian cases as the case of human rights violation, as a case of some injustice, as a case of that society's law and order situation is not good. They may not focus on the same issues, on the same ways in their own countries, of their own topics. But if something is happening in India or any other country which they may not they may not be happy, they may not be or in a different way, you say, if they plan to keep that country under several checks, then they will use media as per their own choice. Now suppose a terrorist, it may be termed as a terrorist, it may be termed as a freedom fighter. Someone's terrorist is other's freedom fighter. Someone's suppose Dalai Lama, for all of us, okay, Dalai Lama is a religious leader, is a spiritual leader in India. For China, who is he? Or secessionist leader. Daud Ibrahim was for India, okay, a terrorist. For Pakistan, a social reformer, maybe. Masood Azhar, for India, a terrorist, okay. For Pakistan, he's getting asylum and leading a good life, and he's a social researcher, social reformer, religious leader. So, how you use the terminology, how you use that particular information, how you use that particular literatures or interviews, that is the taste of any researcher. So your conclusion, your arguments depends on the kind of literature, kind of ability of your own judgment is there. If someone says that he has very few materials on Pakistan available, and whatever the availability of literatures, nobody read that, and he submitted his PhD and award. Okay, fine. That always many times happens in many places. But the point is that is published under your own name, and that's in the records that will be there for years and years, for centuries and centuries. These days it's a digitally they are preserving everything. So if tomorrow something happens, then you cannot say that you didn't do that. Okay, from tomorrow if some issues someone raises, because that's in the public domain, anybody can access that thesis you have already worked. So what will happen? So that is the important area. I always say that is very, very important for any researcher, for anyone who plans to do that, what the things they are using, what the purpose. If suppose someone is working on environment, someone is working on gender disparity, someone is working on marginalization, then sitting in Delhi's library or sitting in a different uh, uh, your own home or just working on the internet, you don't have the ground realities. And the ground realities may be different from Andhra Pradesh to Goa to Bihar to Rajasthan. So same issues of feminist may be okay, fine, as a universal women or gender issue you can work, but that may be for the same issues from the different groups, different people, different locals. So your sample, that what you are taking, the comparison, what you are comparing to one thing to another thing, that is very, very important. Okay, the sample, suppose how much sample you have taken, it's a 100 people you are taken, and on that basis you are jumping to your conclusion about the issue of women in Indian society, or your sample is 1000 people. See, suppose when this exit polls comes, okay, exit polls. Why sometimes in some places or there are different media channels, and that media channels exit polls are different. They have the different conclusions. Sometimes they show that India is triumphing with the some same majority. They are getting so much seats. They are getting so much seats, but they may not be in the true big picture because of that sample. Uh, because of that sample size, the sample size is small, then the result may be different. If the sample size is large, you have contacted sample size means suppose in your university, if you just uh, trying to find that how much this saving the electricity, okay, so which classrooms, which batch, which um, staffs, which faculties, which departments, they are using the pattern of usage, they how much can be saved. So if just you talk to 10 people or 15 people and 20 people, so you may not reach to some conclusion. Or if reaching some conclusion, jumping on some conclusion, so that may not be the accurate one. But if in the same university, if you take 15 or 20 from the each department, from the each section, from the staff, from the some classrooms, then you may have the better ideas. You may have the different ideas, and that may be very accurate one. Okay, so that depends that how much sample size, what the quality of that sample means. Suppose on the class attendance, okay, you ask that what's the percentage today, and you are asking that question to the student who is not coming to the department at all. So his views and someone who is attending the class regularly, that may be very different one. So what's the quality, what's the that sample size, that is very important for testing your objectives or hypothesis. Now if you get all the datas, okay, now you, after some research work, you get all the data. Now how will you select, how will you think that this is the particular paper, okay, which is important, and I should read it properly. Read it properly, because collection is the one thing, and reading it carefully, that's the another thing. Only collecting the material hardly important for you. That's the first step, but not the only step. The next step, important step, is to read the all the available literatures very, very carefully, then you will find that what the shortcomings, okay, what the shortcomings of that uh, books or that available literatures. Only on that basis you may have options, you may have ways, okay, to look that, oh, I am going to fulfill the gap, okay, this particular issue, this particular aspect is missing. So what I am going to do, that I will try to focus on the area that is missing. So something we got, but most of the things we will try to find, okay, by reading the literature and then exploring the areas that is not covered, or that is covered but not appropriately. So, so a researcher, when trying to find something, will go and read the literatures, collect the literatures, then after analysis, find the area that is uncovered, and then try to find something good on that area. That by own suppose uh, by his contacting the people, sending the mails, talking on the phone, going, then observing themselves. Just I gave you the example of border. You go and observe that what happens there, how the flows of the people, how much people every day cross, who are crossing, what's the mode they use, what the things they are bringing from India, what's the things of items uh, they are taking back to India, how much they are spending to Nepalese market, how much Nepalese go to Indian market, what's the pattern of their expenditure, what they eat, whom they contact, how much time they are expending in each other's country. So on particular checkpoint, you may have enough materials. So suppose someone is working on 7 days, someone there the same ways working for 15 days, someone for 2 years. Suppose someone is working on 2 years. Uh, if you go to different religious places, have you go to library and find that who has written good books on India? Okay, you will find that most of the good books on about our Indian temples, about Indian ghats, about Indian tourist places, written by the foreign authors. Why? Because they come to India, they stay in India for years and years, and try to find that the reality, what's the ways that particular people are behaving, what's the ways the particular people are trying to leaf, or what kind of rituals they are performing in Varanasi. If you go, there are so many foreigners always there sitting, okay, and they observe the kind of things happening in the different places. If you go to Sarnath, if you go to Agra, or in Delhi also, so many places you will find the same people. They are just living for years and years and trying to do something, some good research on India. So the way that a researcher uh, trying to justify his selected topic and reach to some conclusion, um, especially after working for years and years, aim is to contribute something good to the society, okay, or something good to the existing knowledge, something that may help in the coming generations. Okay, these days many places in social sciences or arts, still I think that's the one way this communication. Uh, please, someone speak that if you have some questions, then we can more active session. Hello, it's still Hello.
Sir, so can you hear us, sir? Hello? Hello? Hello, sir, can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Hello?
Still. Hello. Hello. Okay. Still, I cannot. I can't listen you. So I. I'm trying to automatically. Okay. I don't know how. So anyway, you are able to listen me. So this is the way that if someone trying to find hello, you are able to listen. Hello. So
Sir, yes, sir, it is audible, sir. Here. Hello.
hello. Hmm. So when someone is already completed his research and writing the thesis or writing the research report uh, and have to submit it to your suppose organization or your institution. Suppose you all of you working somewhere, okay, in the university, and then you just try to submit the report, not only for degree, but for uh, uh, for your asked boss, you whatever the topic or anywhere you go and he or she asks you to submit the report, then you have to very accurately uh, select the area on which areas uh, you are asked to or you are assigned to give the feedback. Okay, if someone suppose about Indian poverty in India, if you go and in a village in Vishakhapatnam or in Rajsamundri, you go and try to get the idea, then you have to about the difference between gender difference, the age difference, the caste wise difference. You may find different ways. Okay, you cannot say that in this particular village this is the poverty line. It may be one argument. Okay, the general poverty is this percentage, but among the different caste groups, among the different suppose uh, male and female, among the same different same village, there may be many zamindars or the people who are just ruling and ruling for years and years. So and the most important family in that particular area, how what's the percentage of children that going to school, that again in the different caste and different male or female, that how much girls going, how much. So in a same village, you have many different ways to project the from different charts, different graphs. Okay, So that is very, very important. If someone just writing that, oh, this is the percentage in that village and so many these particular families uh, were uh, were not under poverty line and not getting any public support system, PDS system, they are not covered. So again, if someone is not covered under the PDS systems, how many families are there? What's their caste composition? Is a kind of caste discrimination that some 1 to 3 castes are not getting, or maximum these families, this sub caste, important caste, they are getting that supports. Their officials are from different caste. What about the women in the same that caste? So lots of things. So you have to be very, very careful that what kind of research you choose, how, what the kind of report you are writing, what kind of report you are going to write, and the purpose. What is the purpose? Is it purpose that suppose one I give you my own example. I was in one committee of disability. Okay, the students, disabled students in the institutions, in the schools, Delhi schools. So government, you know that under NEP there is a uh, program that inclusive education. Inclusive education, that every caste, every group, every downtrodden people, and that also covering the people with disability. Now, one example I am giving you. In most of the universities, there are not any faculty who or teachers who supports or uh, uh, that inclusive education for suppose special needs teachers. Okay, special needs teachers. Now there are under this Disability Act 20 plus disabilities are there. Someone has the locomotive, someone is some eye cannot see, someone is autism, that mental. Now all these 20 types of disability, the government is putting them in one basket, one special needs for teacher for everyone. Now someone is mentally, suppose 25% and 30% disability, 40% disability, he cannot understand maths, and you are teaching, oh, maths is important for you. So someone has the locomotive disability, and the same, they are on the same mental disability, locomotive disability, and both of judgment is on maths. So that your conclusion may not be on the rational ground. So you have to be very, very careful that what's the purpose, whom you are going to support, what is this research you are trying to find something, then what is and how it is going to that particular boss, your organization, your institution, okay, going to support something, okay, in the direction desired, that is required. So a researcher may be very, very active, that what's the materials collection, he or she has to be very suppose many ways that your behavior also very important. Suppose you go to any place in a very village also, and you are asking some questions. If you ask with a good uh, ways, okay, good behavior, with a supportive behavior, then they will answer in a more friendly way. And if you are very aggressively, अरे आओ बताओ कि ये सब कैसे हुआ, then they may not be cooperative, or you may be authoritative, but they will say, oh, these people are not worth, we have lots of things to do. So your idea is to get the information, So a researcher have to be very, very cooperative. He has to get the required information from very politely. And important thing, you have to record everything. Okay, these days, suppose the WhatsApp messages, the recordings, mobile recordings. Okay, so everything you have to record everything, and carefully you have to use that particular instruments for your research. These days, so many technologies. Suppose you are sitting, we don't know each other, and we are connected with each other because of technology. Because the problem in the technology, it's the one side. If I am unable to handle something, then I cannot listen you. So that's the problem. But that's the benefit, that someone is connected remotely and is able to connect and able to do something which is a very otherwise so much effort. I would have come to your place for 2 days or 3 days, stayed there, so much expenditure, so much time consuming. Here we are connected with each other and we are we did the required work in a more specific way, more uh, uh, I want to listen you, but I still hello, hello, hello,
Hello, sir. Is it audible? Hello?
hello,
Other NRCs, can you please respond? Is it audible?
hello.
Other NRCs,
Hmm. Hello.
are we audible for other NRCs? హలో యుగేంద్ర గారు మా వాయిస్ మీకు వినిపిస్తుందా ఇక్కడ సార్ దగ్గర ప్రాబ్లం ఉన్నట్టుంది థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్ Sorry, I think there is some technical problem. Resource person said, so he's not able to hear our voice. But anyway, on behalf of Commissioner of College Education and also the Nodal Resource Centers, I thank resource person Dr. Saurav sir for sparing his valuable time and giving a detailed presentation on research, the procedures and the process and the different things that we need to keep in mind while doing research. Thank you once again, sir. And thank you all other NRCs for your cooperation. Thank you. We'll again start the third session at 2 o'clock. Now we'll break for lunch. The third session will start at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
ఈడే ఉన్నా ఈ క్లాస్ ఉన్నా చెప్పినా కదా తినలే
కనిపించలేదు చూడాడా డిస్ప్లే.
వస్తాము చెక్ చేస్తాను మారుస్తాను
డిస్ప్లే కనిపించలేదు కదా.
ఇదేం రాలే
ఆ?
ఇదేం రాలే కదా చెప్పు నాయక్
అది తింటానా ఇటు రమ్మనకూడదా పిల్లోడు మరి ఇదే ఇదే
వస్తుంది అదే కనెక్ట్ కాదు.
ఈ మొహం బాగా చక్రవర్తి సార్ మెసేజ్ పెడితే ఛార్జింగ్ ఆఫ్ చేయి జనరల్ చేయి వీడియో
ఇది
అట్లాంటి
Good afternoon, all of you. I welcome Professor Naveed Jamal, sir. Sir, can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible. Am I audible?
Yes, yes. Yes, sir. Welcome, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Andarki namaskaram. I request all the NRC participants from different NRCs to join the post-lunch session. Now I request Dr. Faragaru to introduce the resource person to us.
Good afternoon to all. Welcome, sir. Welcome to the TOT section of afternoon section. I would like to introduce our resource person, Professor Dr. Naved Jamal. Sir, Dr. Naved Jamal completed MA MPhil from Center for Political Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, finished his PhD from Jamia Millia Islamia. Before joining Department of Political Science, Jamia Millia Islamia in 2006, he was permanent faculty of Political Science Department at Dr. Zakir Hussain Postgraduate College, University of Delhi. In national academic endeavor and projects, Professor Naved Jamal was actively engaged and involved in formulation and finalization of fundamentals of political science, glossary of political science, and working on Paribhasha Kosh for Commissioner for Scientific and Technical Terminology, CSTT, under Department of Higher Education, MHRD, Government of India. Of late, political science, glossary in Bangla, Assamia, Telugu, Kannada, and also published the Tamil languages under final progress. Professor Naved Jamal's academic endeavors took him to United Kingdom, France, Germany, South Korea, and Iran, apart from various central state universities in country for various conferences and seminars as speaker, chairperson, and co-chair. Apart from writing course booklets for IGNU and many articles in books and journals, Professor Naved Jamal has been actively involved in various academic bodies, including life member of Indian Institute of Public Administration, life member of Indian Association of American Studies, apart from Mumbai T. Murthy Library and Museum. Thank you. With this, I welcome Dr. Naved Jamal sir to on TOT section of afternoon section. Thank you.
Professor Naved Jamal, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Again, we welcome you, sir, to the session, post-lunch session. So you can take over now, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. It is my honor indeed to be here with the TOT, and also I thank Professor Sita Kasturi and also Commissionerate of Collegiate Education, Government of Andhra Pradesh, for giving the opportunity for being taught, and also my teacher colleagues from various NRCs. It is important for me and it is significant to be here with you. I would be really highlighting the contours of India's foreign policy, and that is how it is changing. We will be discussing. Is the screen visible?
Sir, yes, sir, visible.
Okay, thank you very much. So in this context, the changing contours of India's foreign policy, we have to understand that how the underpinnings are so important and so significant when we talk in this context of the changing canvas of foreign policy, because foreign policy is not a day process, it is an ongoing process. And also when we say it is an ongoing process, it means that there has been an evolution of the foreign policy. And in this context of evolution, it has undergone a remarkable transformation. And when I say transformation, it is not that after independence, 1947, we gain independence, that we got autonomy, which is reflecting the nation's evolving geopolitical landscape, the economic priorities, and the global ambition. But during the course of the colonial movement against the colonizer, that is Britishers, we were very much part and parcel of the whole policy at the global level. Having said, it is important that we were not only fighting for the liberation from the colonizers of our own motherland, but we were fighting for the control of the colonizers in other continents, for example, in Africa and other continents. So in that context, when we talk of Mahatma Gandhi, when we talk of other towering leaders, it is important to understand that it is India which was really fighting for the liberation, not only of this country, but for the countries which were there in Africa and other parts of the continents. Having said, it is also important.
Sir. Javed sir, sorry
Yes,
to
ma'am.
interrupt you, but your PPT is not visible to us. Slides are not visible.
The earlier speaker said that it is visible.
Right now, yes, now it is visible, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Again, it's not visible.
It is not visible.
Yes, now it is visible, sir. You may please continue.
So in this context of foreign policy, when we are trying to understand and uncover, that is how India's foreign policy has undergone a remarkable
Again, it is
transformation.
not visible, sir.
Okay, maybe this is problem with the technology also. You know, we are in the world of technology, and sometimes, you know, these problems are there. Or should I share with you and then you put up and
Yes.
you?
Yes, yes. Okay,
So
sir. Please share.
yeah. Is it now visible? Is it visible now?
Yes.
Hello?
It is
Is
visible.
it okay? So when we talk of the evolution of the India's foreign policy, it is important that when we are fighting for India's independence, we are also concerned about the world, and that is why we talked in terms of non-alignment era also under Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, the first Prime Minister of India, so as to have a strategic balancing act of the recent decades. So Indian leaders have navigated a very complex international relations with very much foresightedness and skills. So in this context, we can say the positioning of India as a key player on the global stage was very significant, because India was not leading for the country only, it was leading for all the countries who were facing the atrocities of the colonization. So we were part of the decolonization. We were really fighting for the rights of the people in other continents. So the detailed overview explores the key tenets and defining movement that have shaped India's foreign policy under the different prime ministers, and also shedding light on countries' journey toward the greater influence and autonomy. So when we see the whole paradigm in the context of the Nehruvian understanding of non-alignment and the Panchsheel, it is to be understood that is non-alignment, as we taught, was not only that we were aligning or the world was aligning with a particular group, but there were many countries who want to retain the autonomy. And in this context, Jawaharlal Nehru talked and pioneered the country's aspect in terms of the non-aligned policy. And most importantly, they advocated for maintaining the neutrality in the Cold War, because the Cold War, after the end of the Second World War, brought in two great powers, the USSR on the one side and the America on the other, along with the Europeans. And we know very well how the world was balkanized, but India really retained the autonomy and also maintained equidistance so as to think about the global vision, global perspective without aligning with any bloc. So Nehru believed that India should assert its independent foreign policy stance, avoiding the entanglement in the superpower conflict and also forging one's own path on the global stage. And in this perspective, non-alignment really paved the way for the countries who were really gained a new independence from these colonizers, and they were not thinking that aligning with one will deprive from the benefits from the other group. So in this context, this policy really become important at the infancy or at the initial stage of India's independence. Then Nehru also championed the principles of Panchsheel, that is the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence, which emphasize mutual respect. That is, we should respect mutually our borders with other countries. That is also
Excuse me, sir.
non-interference. Yeah, ma'am.
You please stop sharing your PPT. We will do that.
Okay, okay.
And if possible, can you please increase your volume also?
Okay.
Yes, sir. Now you please continue. We will, in few seconds, we will share
No problem.
your PPT.
So the second perspective when we talk of the Nehruvian vision was the very important context of the championship in terms of the new policy, which was outlined the Panchsheel policy of 5 principles. Am I audible? Am I loud and clear? Is my audio
Yes, sir,
okay?
you are audible.
Okay, okay. So the first principle, as I told you, mutual respect. We should respect each other's borders. We should have a mutual respect in that context. Then non-interference, second important principle. We should not interfere in others' countries' affairs. In the context also that we really respected the autonomy of these countries. And then most importantly, peaceful resolution of conflicts. And these principles became the yardstick benchmark and also India's approach to international relations, reflecting to the commitment of maintaining sovereignty and promoting global harmony. And this Panchsheel in contemporary time, which we'll discuss later on, has converted into Panch Amrit policy, which Prime Minister Modi is spearheading, which will take on later stage. Then there was also global leadership. And under the global leadership, we can say it was Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, who was not calling for India's independence, but also countries which were there in Africa, for example, Algeria, Tunisia, all these countries, and majority of these countries were, the countries which were having the Muslim majority. But Prime Minister Nehru was concerned that it is not our independence, but also independence of all these countries. So in this context, he played a significant role in the formation of NAM movement, that is non-aligned movement in 1961, positioning country as a leader among the newly independent nation. This allowed India to assert its influence and advocated for the interest of developing world at the global stage. Then we see there are other prime ministers also in between, but I'm taking up important prime ministers, though this will really be long when we go on with the all prime ministers in that context, because this would be a long story of analyzing each prime minister. But what I will be doing here in my presentation, that I will be highlighting the important prime ministers in that context. So when we talk of Indira Gandhi, she really brought in the balancing superpower and nuclear ambition. And this was a very important stage that is, India was passing through, because when we were not part of any of these groups, certainly there was a problem and Americans were having their own idea imposing PL 470 and also other things that they have really brought in to disturb the stability in India. Nevertheless, India is spearheaded, and also in terms of the regional hegemony, India became very important player, and Indira Gandhi, who served as Prime Minister from 66 to 77 and again from 80 to 84, pursued a policy of regional hegemony in the sense to seek to assert India's dominance in South Asia. This was evident as we see India's intervention in 1971 in Bangladesh liberation movement, which led to the creation of an independent Bangladesh. And this was a period when, Sam Manekshaw was there, and Indira Gandhi was very candid in terms of asking Sam Manekshaw how much time it will take you that we can have the solution of the problem in Bangladesh. So in that context, the whole issue was that it was more than a month time he sought to really balance this act. So the other important aspect of Indira Gandhi was that she was balancing the superpowers because of the non-aligned policy. Indira Gandhi skillfully maneuvered between the United States on the one hand and Soviet Union on the other hand, because we were taking up important, investments, important setups, because US at the face value denied the technology to India. And when we have this Rourkela and all the steel plants, the other, all the major developments which were happening in India, it was with the help of the USSR. And later on, we took important aspects of America in terms of highlighting the establishment of IITs and other aspects which really Americans were there. So we were having our own autonomy in that context, leveraging the Cold War rivalry so as to maximize India's benefit, particularly in the context of the regional conflict which we were facing, that is India and Pakistan. And the third important aspect in terms of the Indira Gandhi leading the whole fulcrum of things was also very, very significant. And this was also to be understood in the rightful perspective. That is how Indira Gandhi really took up the nuclear ambition. And it was under her leadership that India conducted the first nuclear test in 1974, signaling the country's entry into the nuclear club and also reshaping the security calculus. So this move played an important, while controversial, testament to India's growing technological and strategic capabilities on the global stage. And you know very well why this India became a very important player in the whole subcontinent, and also because of our security concern, this was also required time that Indira Gandhi took the important lead. Then when we move to the Rajiv Gandhi era, in that context also you see that there was a technological diplomacy and also the regional cooperation. When we see the technological diplomacy, we can say it was important, it was quite significant, and also very, very creative in the context when the whole world was looking for technology, when the whole world was looking for a change. It was India under Rajiv Gandhi who really played important role, and this was an era with careful understanding of technological diplomacy. The Rajiv Gandhi, who served as Prime Minister from 1984 to 1989, emphasized the importance of technological advancement, and most importantly highlighted the role that India economic reforms are important, technological advancement is important, India's leverage in the growing India's IT prowess to enhance global standing is important. And the other important aspect Rajiv Gandhi laid emphasis on was on regional stability. I think we are on slide number 5. So the regional stability, recognizing the importance of the regional stability and cooperation, Rajiv Gandhi focused on fostering closer ties with the India's neighborhood, including the establishment of South Asia Association of Regional Organization. And we know very well that this was also the period we were having rapprochement with China, and we started our dialogue with China that border issue is one, but we have to move on economic issues and other issues. And we started our parleys on resolving the border conflict, and simultaneously started also the trade and commerce. The third aspect of Rajiv Gandhi in terms of understanding and also taking up a modernizing approach was the important shift in India's foreign policy in terms of modernizing the diplomatic strategies in this context and also engaging more proactively with the global community. So this paved the way for India's increased international influence, and this was a period because this was a changing scenario wherein we see that how the whole world was changing into a new reality, that is the whole phase of the end of the Cold War, which was moving inching towards. And we also see that this was a period when glasnost and perestroika was growing, and also the later on the Berlin Wall was melting slowly. Then we see that a major shift was during the Vajpayee period, but before also was PV Narasimha Rao period, which was also important in terms of understanding and changing the canvas, because PV Narasimha Rao post-Cold War skillful engagement, stewardship played important role. But it was Vajpayee who really consolidated the whole perspective. And this was a period when you saw a major scenario in the Gulf. This was a period when 98 to 2004 was marked by India's decision to conduct nuclear tests. This was a Pokhran 2 in 1998, a move that led to the international sanctions and also strained diplomatic relations. This was also a period when, you know, the Gulf War was going on, and America was putting pressure for India to send its forces in Basra, which Vajpayee refused and say that we cannot send forces to our friendly country where we have friendly people. You may have problem with Saddam Hussein, but we don't have problem with Iraqi people, and we can't send forces there. And this was a period where Vajpayee also engaged in diplomatic effort, that is to alleviate tension and restore India's standing in the global community, demonstrating countries' willingness to balance its strategic ambition and also the need for international cooperation. You know very well this was a period when Vajpayee took the bus also to Pakistan, and also he opened the 4 roads to Kashmir, and he talked of Jamhuriyat, Insaniyat and Kashmiriyat, which was very, very important aspect of his foreign policy. That is, we have to engage the people, we have to engage and also engage people there in the other side, and also to bring in the through road trade and commerce, so that this whole issue should dilute, and also we should move to a perspective when we resolve, because we cannot, Vajpayee saying was that we cannot change neighbors, we can change friends, but we cannot change neighbors. And that is why he looked towards Pakistan in a new perspective with his bus yatra, and also the bus diplomacy played important role, though other pressures were there. We know the Kargil also happened, but these are all testing time that he, but the most important aspect also was his lookist policy. That is, Vajpayee initiated a policy with emphasis closer engagement with Southeast Asian nation, and this really changed, aiming to enhance the economic ties. And we should really understand, it is not, you know, the colonizer really cut our arms by if you see the whole aspect of colonizers dividing the whole subcontinent into this way has really diluted our trade and also commerce. Otherwise, you know, if you see Southeast Asian countries, India foothold was much there in ancient society, in the medieval society. If you see the words which are there in Indonesia, the putri and the other words which are there in their rupee, you find. So all these things were part and parcel of the whole policy and the perspective which was very much there. And in this context, Vajpayee really highlighted and also enhanced the economic ties, enhanced the strategic cooperation with the countries in Asia Pacific region. The other important aspect of Vajpayee was the extended neighborhood policy. So this extended neighborhood policy was his initiative, and he went to Iran for the first time. You know, we went to Iran and we talked of 2 important entry points from Iran to Afghanistan through the Dilaram Zaranj road, which was through the Chabahar corridor, which we built. And then we also built the north-south corridor, which Vajpayee initiated during his Tehran visit. That was Tehran Declaration was very, very important. Delhi Declaration was very, very important. This international north-south corridor is important. Why? Because, you know, our trade routes were taking a lot of time to supply the goods from one place to other in Central Asia. And because of Pakistan having a lot of problem, because of Afghanistan problem, we were really moving from Bandar Abbas port direct. We were offloading to on the railroad, and then the goods were directly to move through into Central Asia market. So this was very, very important initiative of Vajpayee, because Vajpayee was visionary in terms of expanding trade and commerce, and also to link the world where India has its zenith, because Iran was our immediate neighbor. And realizing this situation, Vajpayee built a new policy, that was extended neighborhood. Extended neighborhood. This was one important paradigm of Vajpayee. Then moving towards another important shift in foreign policy, was Manmohan Singh era. And Manmohan Singh era was very important when we see the whole perspective when Manmohan Singh brought a new dynamism in the context of economic diplomacy, when he brought strategic partnership, when he brought multilateral engagement. So Manmohan Singh tenure, I think there was some disturbance in between. There is some technical problem, I think, Sita ma'am, in between. Professor Sita. If you can mute the person, then it will be very easy for me because it is creating problem.
I request CC portal, CC window to be muted.
Thank you, ma'am. So in this context of Manmohan Singh era, and Manmohan Singh, he was a very important perspective he laid in terms of economic diplomacy. At this time, India was spearheading toward a new economic policy. India was inching toward the realization of the LPG in the context of the changing scenario of the world in terms of the strategic partnership to be built. So the economic diplomacy was very, very significant. And Manmohan Singh from 2004 to 2014 era brought a new change, a strong emphasis on economic diplomacy, and with a focus on trade liberalization. Trade is important. Trade and commerce is a backbone. It really builds the bridges, and it really changes the canvas of per capita income, and it also changed the whole lifestyle of individuals. So in this context, the focus was on trade liberalization, and the focus was also on attracting foreign investment so as to fuel India's economic growth. Economy is the backbone of any country, and in that context, Manmohan Singh knew very well that how to change the canvas. The second aspect was strategic partnership, and you know very well because of the changing scenario of the world. And also at this point of time, important books were there, End of History by Francis Fukuyama, and he wrote that how, the last man. And in that context, we know very well history never ends. History has its own processes and conjunctures which moves, which shifts. So in this context, Francis Fukuyama was talking, that there is an end of history by the end of the USSR or the demise of the USSR. But India was also looking, along with the USSR, a new strategic partnership with the countries like United States, the signing of the landmark agreements such as the India-US civil nuclear deal, where Nicholas Burn was in the prime location in the context of building up. And this was also laid under the Vajpayee when, Brijesh Mishra was the advisor in the PMO who first outlined the whole layout of the Indo-US relationship, which continued in terms of US-India civil nuclear agreement, which aimed to deepen the two nations' cooperation on a range of issues. Then the third aspect of this whole perspective of foreign policy was multilateral engagement, because now India has entered a new paradigm. During this period, we advocated a greater involvement in multilateral forum like G20, reflecting the country's growing aspiration for global leadership, and also India's aspiration and desire at the world stage and to take up issues on the world agenda. And in this context, Manmohan Singh lead the whole spirit in the realization of this policy. Then the new paradigm came, the dynamism came, the proactivism came, the fast diplomacy came with the change in the leadership when we see Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And in this context, Prime Minister Narendra Modi brought a new paradigm. The BJP came to power in 2014 general election. The next slide, please. And in this context, when India was in the midst of economic downturn, Narendra Modi cast himself as the right man in the right place at the right time. And for a dozen of years, Modi has served as the Chief Minister of Gujarat, and Prime Minister Modi, when he became, he know that how he was really having enjoyed as Chief Minister high growth and reputation as investment-friendly destination under his tenure in Gujarat. With Japan was there, with other countries were there in Gujarat, with investments were there. So BJP is a distinct from other political parties because of two things. Number one is pro-business policies stance. If you see how it favors corporate in terms of taxes, how it favors the foreign investors in terms of the friendliness. So in this context, the pro-business policies stance. The second, there is an issue of Hindutva also. Most Indian political parties are avowed secular in that They believe in no one religion should be advantaged over any other religion. But there was a shift and canvas in the foreign policy initiative. And in this context, you see that Modi emerged as a leader in the context and in the scant interest in focusing instead on economic growth, corruption. And you know that how corruption was became a major issue, that this government in 2014 came to power. And the governance, another very important issue. Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi visited more than 66 countries with 75 foreign trips. Since the time of Jawaharlal Nehru, no Indian Prime Minister has been so peripatetic, and in that context, you see the whole scenario got changed. In fact, this extraordinary emphasis has led to some commentator like C. Raja Mohan to suggest that Modi's foreign policy has been so revolutionary so as to mark the beginning of India's third republic. So Prime Minister Narendra Modi approach emphasized the strengthening ties with the neighboring countries. And in this context, he asked all the countries in the neighborhood to be part of the oath taking ceremony. When he took the oath, all the neighboring countries were in the SARC were invited along with other countries. And this policy was a neighborhood first policy aimed at enhancing regional connectivity and cooperation. And in this context, we have to really understand that and contextualize the experiences of foreign policy. The experience of the last 2 decades suggests that there is less difference that might be expected between Congress and BJP-led coalitions. Both participated in the creation of India's post-Cold War international profile, including much expanded ties with the United States. As I told you, under the Brijesh Mishra as PMO, India strengthened its Indo-US ties. So was Manmohan Singh. When you see the Indo-US nuclear deal was there. So the much enhanced role was there in the terms of the Congress and the BJP. And India Look East policy has both parties' fingerprints on it, but it has been reshaped as Act East. So what was Look East has now become Act East. So foreign policy speeches by BJP leaders have spoken favorably of India's increasing engagement with Japan. We know that the ties with Japan vis-a-vis China were strained, and we changed the canvas altogether when we have the exercises with Japanese in the whole Pacific. So in this context, they also had exercises here in the Indian Ocean. So in this context, we see the whole aspect got a new shape. And India's engagement, as I told you, with Iran also changed in terms of the extended neighborhood as strategically important to enter Afghanistan and also to enter Central Asia, because our goods were taking 4 days. Now with Iran, we can send our goods to Bandar Abbas and directly to Central Asia. So this is the whole context where we see the perspective that Act East policy seek to deepen India's engagement with the East and Southeast Asia, recognizing the region's influence economic and strategically. It is very, very important. Now we should act. It is enough that we have looked, but we now should act. So there was a balancing relation, my teacher participants, which were there, and this balancing relation with Prime Minister Modi has pursued balanced approach in engaging the major power like United States on the one side, Russia on the other side, China on the other side. We know that how the Jhula diplomacy on the Sabarmati Ghat, where Xi Jinping was there, but also there was a China's expansionist zeal never ends, and we know how China was waving flag at the top of the hills while Prime Minister Modi was engaging in a Jhula diplomacy at the Sabarmati shores with Prime Minister Xi Jinping. But India really always not as an expansionist power, but as a friendly power with all the countries around. In China has always tried to subjugate or appropriate the land. We know what happened in Doklam. We also know what is happening in Galwan Valley. We know very well how the strategic position is there. So in this context, we have to really understand that how the leveraging India's strategic position is important to national interest. And in this context, Prime Minister Modi was very, very open and candid. He not only talked in terms of the formal diplomacy, he also talked of informal diplomacy when he visited Wuhan and talked one-to-one on the seashore of Wuhan with Xi Jinping that to resolve these issues. And also he visited Vladivostok, where he interacted with Vladimir Putin, and he got S-400 missiles from Russia. America was not inclined, and America was not in favor that India should get this missile. So in this context, we have to understand that there is a whole shift, and in this context of shift, we have to really understand that there is also evolving global footprint, and this global footprint is important. Why? Because you see the global landscape which is marked by COVID-19 pandemic, which it came, and the economic impact which it had, the digital transformation which is changing the canvas, and that is why I am also meeting, and thanks to the digital technology that we have used during the COVID, that we were lecturing our students with the technology, and they were in their homes, but we were very much parcel of this because of the technological development India has achieved. And also we were helping other countries so as to have evolved into a geopolitical dynamism. So India has strategically adopted its foreign policy to safeguard and promote its strategic interests and values on international stage, be it the development of the Hotmail by Sabir Bhatia, and now Sabir Bhatia is also in the chat GBT, which is also important in our lecture, that how the new advancements are there, how the new technologies are there, how the new research is going on, how the AI, artificial intelligence, is going to pave the new way in terms of the content analysis and content design. And the lightning which you see is also the satellites which have taken, and by these satellite pictures we can see that where there is more light means that there is more urbanization, and that is how new technologies are changing the canvas of development. And this is also the way that how we have to bring in new pedagogy, how we have to bring in new and advanced knowledge system, how we have to really bring in the new perspective in the content design and development of our courses and lectures, so that we can really change the mindset and also the scenario. So this really is multifaceted dimension of India's assertiveness, India's partnership, leadership in key areas, underscoring the pivotal role that 21st century India has to play in the world order. Next slide. So the strategic partnership and global engagement is important. And in this perspective, we have to understand that there is an expanded global outreach. India has significantly expanded its global footprints, and also engaging over 50-50 strategic dialogue that is going on with the USA and other countries since 2050. 1-to-1, 2-to-2 dialogue is going on. There are various ways we are engaging with the world. This increase, as I told you earlier, our prime minister and also other countries also not engaging in formal dialogues, but now we are having informal dialogues also, so that to bring into the reality that how economic is very important, how commerce is important, and this increased engagement reflect India's growing global assertiveness, and also it reflect the desire to shape the international agenda. Then there is also the strengthening multilateralism. We are not for unilateralism, as was our policy of non-alignment. We want the development of all, and that is why Ukraine foreign minister is here in India. We are talking of Russians. We are also talking with Ukrainians. We want to resolve these issues. We are talking of Israelis. We also talk to Palestinians, their leadership. So we are trying and also playing a big role. So India's participation in the initiative like Quad has actually enhanced its role in Indo-Pacific. It is not Asia Pacific as China has been talking, and now the world has recognized, United States and all the powers, Europeans and all recognize it is Indo-Pacific. It is contributing to the vision of a free, open and inclusive region. That is what India wants. And this multilateral engagement has positioned India as a key player in the region and also in the global affair. Then there are also bilateral agreements and partnership which are going. If you see 2014 to 2023, India has signed over 200 bilateral agreements. So this is very significant. India has conducted the first Asia Pacific Island Summit in New Delhi. This was the initiative. Our presidents, our diaspora is now part of Prime Minister President in India Pacific Islands. It is high time that we should be concerned. We should really look into them and also invite them and also respect them and also look into them, that there are 200 bilateral agreements solidifying the strategic partnership across the globe. And these partnerships are important. They have expanded India's diplomatic influence and also the economic opportunity on the world stage. And now wherever we are going, we also look that there should be development of these countries. For example, when there was a visit to Madagascar, the whole delegation, business delegation was there, and then we helped Madagascar that now we will take care of pulses. Now Ambani will take care of pulses that they will now bring and also take to the needs of the African countries by having pulses there in Africa itself. So then there is also a strategic and global engagement in that context. in terms of health also. Next slide, please. That you see the pandemic. When we see the pandemic, there was a whole scenario. The global response was to be sought. The global health leadership was to be taken care of. Then we have really come forth. We are in the capacity of giving. We are not here to do business. We are, हम कहीं भी अवसर नहीं. We don't look for opportunities. We look for helping others. As Aristotle very rightly said, man is a social animal. So what if you remove social from animal? Man is living for society. Man believes in society. Man thinks about society. It is man who really take the society along. And that is why during the vaccine diplomacy, under the Vaccine Maitri initiative, India has exported over 66 million COVID-19 vaccine doses to 95 countries, demonstrating its commitment to the global health leadership, positioning itself as a pivotal player in the global health diplomacy. This scenario where companies were earning, minting money, and we know in the COVID how the cylinders, oxygen cylinders were there, and how the country some of the health stores were selling at exorbitant prices, things which were at a common price. It was India which was leading the world. It was India which was defining the whole scenario. So in this context, vaccine diplomacy really changed the canvas. Then there was also the capacity building in the pharmaceutical sector and the vaccine manufacturing capability, which enabled it to not only meet the domestic demand but also support the global community during the pandemic. And this pandemic has reinforced India's status as a global healthcare leader, global conscious leader, leader in terms of society, world as one. And that's why we talked in terms of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. So in this capacity building, we really helped our brothers across the world as we fought and protect them and fought for them during our own independence. And for our independence, we took the charge of their independence. And our great grand Mahatma Gandhi not only liberated India but also liberated countries in Africa. Then multilateral cooperation, India's active engagement with the World Health Organization and other global health institutions has allowed to shape the international dialogue on pandemic response and preparedness, also further solidifying its role as a key player in the global health governance structure. So in this scenario, you see, India was always there. So India was talking to the SAARC leaders through online. India was talking of the world leaders online and also sharing its technological innovation in health sector. Then in the context of the digital, next slide, digital transformation also, we were not lacking behind. We were really part. We were talking of the SAARC satellite. We talked that how this SAARC satellite can be shared. We are not talking about our own development. We are not talking of our development only per se. We are talking that how India has to take a lead. And lead cannot be by one initiative. India has to take in different. So digital transformation is another initiative. Technological diplomacy is another part. And that's why in Digital India initiative, it has facilitated $1 billion in investments in digital infrastructure in the context of enhancing connectivity and also the cyber security, because cyber security is a big issue. Even in ChatGPT, we are really concerned. We are talking to the world leader that how to control and how to have a filterization and the control over this cyber security, where there are a lot of frauds going on in terms of cyber world across the country and also abroad. And India positioned itself as a leader in digital development of the whole scenario. Then in the context of renewable energy, if you see, now we are shifting from fossil fuel to other fuels. So in this context, we have to really understand that there is a carbon problem. For long, under the Manmohan Singh regime, we were not having good relations with European Union. Why? Because we were not serious with the climate change issues. And when current government came, the first time it initiated that we have to really think about the whole aspect of climate change, and we have to really look into the perspective of renewable energy. India was, for the long period, we were part of whole renewable sector. If you see, it was APJ Kalam who really lightened his own village through the solar panels. So India has a lot of leadership qualities. India has a lot of talent. India's leadership emerged in the establishment of the International Solar Alliance, with 121 countries joining the initiative, and also it underscores its commitment to sustainable development and energy, and also its role in the global climate action, because now India has to spearhead. America has been dumping a lot of e-waste. America has been dumping, their industries have been dumping and also creating a lot of pollution, the whole CFC. And we have to really understand in terms of the population also, how much population they have and how much, emission they are leaving to the world. So in this context, it is India which can take the lead. It is India which can highlight the whole issue of climate change. It is India which can bring in renewable energy. We have a great windmill energy in the coastal belt. You see how it is really bringing new results. Even in the western, in Gujarat and other parts of the country, you see that how it is helping in terms of wind energy. Then there are other energies also which we can really tap. It is high time as a foreign policy we can go to the other countries and also take care of their technology, because now technology war is important, whether it is chips, whether it is microchips, whether it is the whole context of bringing the whole lithium technology and also refining it and also bring batteries. Now south is leading, where you see in south all the e-scooters are there, e-cars are there, and that is the new version and new way of life, and not to live to the climate, because if oxygen is not there, our survival, our forthcoming generation survival is threatened. And that is why Rousseau say man is free, but everywhere he is in chains. And that is why we are in chains. We have to think about these chains. What sort of chains are there? These chains can be overcome with technological cooperation, and India is leading in that. So technological diplomacy extend to areas, for example, like artificial intelligence, like quantum computing, like space exploration, and all these are big areas. हमारा जब चंद्रयान गया तो पूरा विदेश परेशान था कि ये कैसे पहुंच गए. चंदा मामा दूर के है ना. In Hindi there is one story, in Andhra also there is a story that this phone is very far and it is our uncle, and how this uncle is now care to the motherland, how it is coming closer to the motherland. This is an important initiative. Thanks to our great scientists, thanks to our people who are working day and night in terms of space exploration, quantum computing, artificial intelligence. So it is forging, India is forging new strategic partnership in this domain and contributed to global technological advancement for the betterment of the mankind, for the betterment of the humankind. And in this aspect, India has a lead role. Then another very important aspect is economic diplomacy. Next slide, please. So diplomacy, everything, it is the backbone. Economy is the backbone, and so is the world. We have to talk of sharing our resources. It is very important. India has always talked, if you see Gujarat Doctrine, Gujarat was also talking about these things, right? That how we can really share with the small countries in our neighborhood. We have to really take care of. Prime Minister Modi visited Bhutan just last week. He extended a line of credit. We have to really think about our neighbors. We have to be very conscious about their concerns. So India's trade agreement and partnership, you see, has grown with 48% increase in bilateral trade from 2014 to 2023. It reflects a commitment to the economic diplomacy and its desire to play a more and more prominent role in the global trade and investments. And this is a scenario where we have to also understand that America will never try that we should really attain this whole zenith. And we have a lot of examples. For example, when for domestic policy also influence economic policy. In Maharashtra, when Enron deal was there, if you are aware, my teacher participant, this was the Enron deal where Mark Rebecca was there, and the first Shiv Sena government came to power with the very slogan that we will cut down the prices of electricity, and this Enron is going to increase the prices of electricity while in the Dabhol Power Corporation. And when we will come to power, we will disband this. And it so happened during Narasimha Rao regime, when Manohar Joshi government disbanded after coming to power this Dabhol Power Corporation deal with Enron. You know what happened the next day? Americans, she outcried in America, and America has a lot of good pressure group, and they in their own context in Congress say that India is really putting a lot of pressure on us by not allowing us to work in India, by disbanding, and we have invested huge money. So next day, the American government decided we are ready to reconsider, give the F-16 fighter jet to Pakistan, and also we will give these fighter jets which are there in Singapore and provide spare parts to the repair of the fighter jets which need repair. So this was a pressure by the Americans. Similarly, another next day, Prime Minister Narasimha Rao announced India is ready to reconsider and renegotiate the Enron deal. So you can understand the autonomy, that how it is so fragile, how the world leaders really play a big role in the context of the domestic policies also. So this is very important, that we have to really, India always thought of expanding global trade and investment. India always has worked when there was sanctions. Still, when Iran sanctions were there, India was working through countries like Malaysia. India was working through countries like Germany in terms of our oil import and the payments of money. And with the same problem happened with Russia now, that India, with the sanctions and pressure on India, we were paying money through other countries, and earlier we were paying with China, and now we are rethinking again with China, that if we pay through China, then we are actually strengthening Chinese yuan, which is getting more powerful. So these are all challenges that America is putting directly, indirectly on us, but we are trying to overcome these challenges in the context of our trade agreement. And we have started our first agreement when sanctions, when America put a lot of pressure on us, then we started rupee ruble agreement with Russia when USSR was there, and again it has restored the rupee ruble agreement. And we are also working with other countries with rupee real agreement with other countries. Similarly, whatever we have in our national interest, supreme strategic interest, we are following. The second aspect of trade agreement and partnership was Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative. So how to, and Gandhi talked of Atmanirbharta, that is how our villages, Gandhi say, were self-sufficient. We were never dependent on an outside world. We were really part and parcel of 40% in the world trade. How this has gone down with the colonizers, and it can only and was possible when we were Atmanirbhar. And in this context, it is important, the initiative which has propelled a 20% rise in domestic manufacturing output, showcasing India's drive toward economic self-reliance and advocacy for equitable global economic governance with World Trade Organization and other international forums. And world is now looking to India. World is now taking and asking India to take this leadership at the WTO and other forums, whether it is OECD, whether it is WTO and other bodies, that India has a power, India can take a lead, and it is taking the lead. Then also we are looking for multilateral economic agreement. We don't want unilateral economic agreement. We want that mutual benefits, and that's why India's active role in G20 in New Delhi, which you saw, that how India played a big role in G20. Then we played a big role in BRICS, Brazil, Russia, China, and also in this context, we really talked of South Africa, how we can really move together, and also we can be a big build up of economy in this region. This was a very important. Then Shanghai Cooperation Organization. All this has allowed India to shape the global economic policy. It has helped and facilitated India to move forward. It has addressed issues of developing economic, and developing economy is asserting its position as a key player in the global economic governance. And that's why Viksit Bharat, we are talking about that India is important in the context. There are many revolutions we have seen, and these revolutions are important. And in this context of revolution in the foreign policy understanding, you see that there are few revolutionary movements, and there are few which are overall changing the world scenario, which has seen throughout the history, because the nation has to have a continuity in its policy. And in this context, when we see economic aspect, when Russia became independent, it has emerged as a USSR. 1917, it emerged from agraria to industria. 1921 was a superpower. USSR was a superpower, and it was a superpower to such an extent that it could also control the monster in the name of Hitler, which Europeans have created, that was only contained and controlled by the USSR. So 4 year time was very significant. But in India, we have to really rethink again that how we have to really have a multilateral economic engagement in terms of changing our lives of the people, in terms of changing the lives of the countries in our neighborhood, in terms of changing the lives of the continents we have fought for their freedom. It is important that India, it is high time we have to take the lead, whether we are ready, whether we have to be prepared, whether we have to get out of this politics and also think for the world, is important scenario. And in this context, as I told you, neighborhood first policy is very important. Next slide, please. So neighborhood first, very important, and regional cooperation. If you see, if I have two arms. If you cut my arms, what will happen? This is what the colonizers did. We were one subcontinent, and they balkanized into East Pakistan and West Pakistan, and later on they divided and created Pakistan, and the whole trade route was disturbed. And in Afghanistan, earlier Afghanistan was having a good leadership under Najibullah, and how it changed, and Taliban installation of Taliban 1, Taliban 2, and how Americans again called the Taliban to hand over the powers after the parleys which were there in Qatar, and Qatar that time also became a frontline state to help them. But India really talked of neighborhood first. India really thought that our region is important, our neighbors are important, and for example, issues with Nepal, how it is emerging, the killing of the whole monarchy family of King Birendra, and how Gyanendra came to the throne is also significant. That is how one whole family was killed by the outside intervention, and also the recent issue of Kala Pani in Nepal, and also with Nepal, how we are really interacting is a significant change that has to be really looked into, that whether neighborhood first policy has to be taken into its rightful perspective. The first aspect always is strengthening connectivity. We need to invest in regional infrastructure project, whether it is BBIN, that is Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, and Nepal initiative. This is within SARC. This new initiative is there. How it can really break the ice, which has exceeded $10 billion in terms of connectivity. How we can really enhance cooperation. But the opposition in Bangladesh, as the ruling party in Maldives is really at the hands of the expansionist power, China has really playing and also disturbing the whole scenario in the neighborhood. That is how the pearl theory and now the diamond theory, that is how the expansion is going on in our neighborhood, is a big concern and an issue. It has to be seen that it can only be bridged by the enhanced connectivity and cooperation within the South Asia region, and the streamlining of the logistical operation by 30%. This is very, very important. Vajpayee vision was that to bring in the SAFTA to its realistic vision, to have one visa, to have 1 rupee of the subcontinent as part of the connectivity, and also with SARC satellite India has offered, is also important initiative in terms of the helping the region. So India always talked of regional stability. With neighborhood first policy, it has prioritized collaborative effort with the South Asian neighbors. It also fostered regional dialogue. It also tried to have into a conflict resolution. For example, what happened in Sri Lanka, it tried to resolve the whole conflict because India always talked of shared prosperity, because your prosperity is contingent and dependent on my prosperity. And this is an important debate and discussion when we see that how the trade has to come about, how the situation has to come about, how the new perspective has to come about. And in this situation and scenario, we talked of the prosperity of each other, and that's why it can only contribute to the overall stability in the region. Otherwise, we will have same problem, same issue. Without resolving these issues, we cannot move further. So in this context, when there is a stability, then we can talk of the regional integration, right? Because integration is important. We know very well that how Europeans, all these years, they were fighting 100-year wars, War of Roses, First World War, Second World War. And ultimately what happened? The Rome Treaty, the Maastricht Treaty, there is now one currency. There is no war on Ruhr Valley. On coal they were fighting. On everything they were fighting. And all of a sudden they have united themselves. They have come together as one. As regional integration, EU as a reintegration. But we were all one. We were not having any problem with the countries in Southeast or South Asia or even in West Asia. So in this scenario, we have to really understand that India has to work, and it has worked to strengthen the regional integration. It has always talked in terms of strengthening the perspective, the resolving of the conflict, the shared prosperity, and also it also addressed shared challenges. Whatever challenges are, it is our challenges. And that's why when we laid out, when P.V. Narasimha Rao first talked of the gas pipeline, that is the IPI, Iran-India gas pipeline, through Pakistan. It was a much debated. And when Manishankar Iyer was there to discuss these all pipelines, when Manmohan Singh was there, he was a petroleum minister, and he was there touring. He was talking in terms of bringing pipelines from Myanmar, pipelines from Bangladesh, pipeline from Central Asia, Tapi pipeline or IPI pipeline, for to ignite a new economic development and trade. But when you see the scenario change, when he landed in New Delhi from Tehran, what happened with Manishankar Iyer? He was he has to relinquish the Ministry of Petroleum and Gas, and he became the Minister of Panchayati Raj Affairs. So Mark Rebecca was there very much in New Delhi, and she was really watching that what Manishankar Iyer is doing in Tehran, and how Tehran is really convincing for the pipeline that it is easy for them. We will give all the modalities, we will give all the securities, and then you will not have any problem. But what will happen if these oil tankers, which American tankers are shipping this oil, will lose business? So this was a big issue, and that is why these pipelines are pipe dreams. They are not pipelines, they are pipe dreams. I don't know which generation these dreams are going to come true. So in this context, we see India has positioned itself as a regional leader and also the stabilizing force in the context of the neighborhood first policy. But time and again, we have seen the problems. We have invested hugely in Afghanistan with the change in government, and we know that Americans have handed over power again with all the equipments to Taliban. It is now again a threat in our neighborhood. We have to really rethink how we have to go ahead with this whole issue and scenario in Afghanistan, where we have invested hugely. So in this scenario, it is a challenge in the neighborhood. Then next slide, please. The other important issue is the defense and strategic diplomacy. So India has to look into the defense because of the expansionist power in our neighborhood. We have to really understand that Pakistan is not a threat to us as China is a threat, because comparison between comparables, Pakistan cannot be compared with India. It is China which is to be seen in its rightful context, because India always helped China, whether it is the UN seed. But what China did, we know very well, that is how the COK, that is China occupied Kashmir, or how recently Doklam and all these issues which have happened in Galwan are a big testing example. So India's defense is important. India is also exporting its defense, which has quadrupled, which is reaching $2 billion, reflecting its growing capability and desire to play more active role in global defense security cooperation. You know very well, many countries are coming to India, even France and other countries, for launching of the their spaceships. And in this context, India is a very cheap destination. And also India is helping its own neighborhood and also other friendly countries to get benefits, whatever technology India has gained. India never shied away from it. So India desire is to have a security cooperation with the countries, and also international military cooperation, where India is in over 25 international military exercises India has conducted annually, as well as its contribution to the United Nations peace forces is also significant in all the countries in Africa, Latin America, wherever Indian forces are. They are working die hard, and also peacekeeping mission with over 2 lakh troops deployed since its inception demonstrate India's the commitment to the global peace and security. The other important aspect is the strategic alliances. India know that in the new scenario, it is not unilateralism, it is multilateralism. India has forged strategic defense partnership with key global powers, enhancing its military capabilities, enhancing its technology transfers, and also joint operations. So India has positioned itself as a crucial player in the global security landscape, and that is why India has really changed the whole context of governance. India has changed the whole perspective of governance. Then the new scenario is emerging in terms of the soft power. Next slide, please. So this is very important. Joseph Nye has talked just of late, but India has been part as a civilizational roots have been talking in terms of exchange. When in India, a scholar like Fahim, it's saying, or Hyong Sang, they are coming So our teachers were well aware about all these languages, whether it is Chinese language, whether it is all other any language of the world, or even Arabic language. When traders were coming in the coastal belt of Andhra, or the Kerala, or these belts in Karnataka, other areas. So we know very well. We were well aware. We were part of the whole civilization and culture. It was not the colonizers who made us globalized. We were much globalized before. Then the colonizers came. We were part of the whole trading structure. We were part of the whole global. Now they are talking about the world is flat. You must have read the book by Thomas Friedman, The World is Flat. And he said that because of the Internet Explorer, the world has, but we have flattened the relationship much ages before. And India was having a cultural relation with all the countries across. India was a soft power. India was playing a big role. India's cinema was much clout, which was powerful. You have seen films like Mera Joota Hai Japani, or the Rajnikant styles, and movies are all popular across the world. Go anywhere, you will find Indian movies, songs, everything is there. I have seen in many countries which I have visited. All the the diasporas are very significant. All diasporas. I was in Manchester University. Peter Zavos was saying, who is also editor of Journal of South Asian, that the scenario of diaspora is very significant in this part of the world. So the International Yoga Day was celebrated over 170 countries, exemplifying India's cultural influence globally. And in the level of stress that you are facing, in the level of the modern hedonism you are facing, you have to understand that how yoga has changed, how we have to understand that it has really brought a new perspective in the context of understanding human value. And yoga has changed the canvas because of obesity is growing. People are not concerned about their health. So you have to really understand that India has really come up with a new perspective to the world. Then with cinema, India has made a global reach. India film industry has expanded the global market by 20% since 2014, further illustrating India's soft power projection. And if you see, most of the foreign, they are murmuring India's tunes, songs are very popular across the world. Whether you go to Europe, whether you go Africa, any continent you go, you will find Indian songs are there in everyone's mouth and tongue. Then India's diaspora, as I told you, it is also very important. It is numbering 31 billion, role played in. If you see, most of the countries like Canada, 25 to 30 MPs are Indian origin. If you see United States of America, Kamala Harris and many others are part of the American establishment. If you see Rishi Sunak, he is now part of the parcel of UK as Prime Minister. If you see all Pacific Islands, all have presidents and prime ministers. This is very important. Indian diaspora, it is now very emerging force. It is a reckoning force. They are really facilitating. They are helping this country grow. They have a great respect in these countries, and they are really fostering a cultural exchange. And they are not only exchanging, but also enhancing the global image. So India has always been a superpower. India was part of the civilization. People are talking of the clash of civilization, but India, when we are talking of India, Swami Vivekananda at Chicago, he was talking about confluence of civilization, that civilization come together, civilizations don't. And Swami Vivekananda gave a simile of a well, that how in two wells frogs are existing simultaneously without disturbing the other. So this is how there is one earth, but there are two wells, and in these two wells there is a coexistence without disturbing the life of the other. That is what is confluence, that is important for modern life. Iranians have also talking about civilizational unity. We know Iranian President Sayyid Mohammad Khatami has talked about dialogue among civilization. सभ्यताओं में संवाद होता है, विवाद थोड़ी होता है. अभी तो क्लैश ऑफ सिविलाइजेशन की चर्चा चल रही है. And we know very well there is also the Italian perspective of alliance of civilization. That is, the civilization can have alliance with one another, and that is the modern context. That is the real context that one has to really understand and also emerge into a new world scenario. Otherwise, we will not have. An Indian diaspora is helping and facilitating each and everyone in this context. Whether you see the world, any country, Indian diaspora is very much part and parcel in the growth and development of these countries. If you go in Indonesia, if you go in Malaysia, in the Southeast Asia, if you go across any country, you will find Indians are there, Indians are there. Whether Indian food is there, whether Indian culture is there, whether Indian economic zeal is there, they are helping and facilitating these countries to grow and become a new reality. So in this context, it is the Indian diaspora which is having a big role, and Prime Minister Modi has a connect with this diaspora, whether it is Madison Square, whether it is in Dubai when he was there in Dubai, all the diasporic community came together, whether it is in the Manchester when he was in UK, the Manchester stadium was full of all Indians, and Indians were very happy. Indians were very welcoming of the Prime Minister, and also there was a connect. It is high time that we have to really rethink about our perspective and also tap our foreign policy in the context of diaspora, in the sense that what China is doing, once Chinese, forever Chinese, once Chinese, forever Chinese. So once Indian, forever Indian. That is very important. We have to really understand that we are all one, and in this context, India can navigate the future challenges. India can understand and position on the global stage, and also it can continue in its rightful perspective. The whole scenario, it can change, and that is why it is important that in a multipolar world, the foreign policy has to be geared towards balancing relation with major power, leveraging its economic and soft power, promoting the regional stability, and the path ahead calls for a principled, adaptive, and strategic approach to uphold India's interests and value internationally. लास्ट स्लाइड. थैंक यू. आप सब ने मेरी बात सुनी और आप सबका मैं धन्यवाद, आभार प्रकट करता हूँ. आप सब मेरे साथी टीचर हैं. आप सबका धन्यवाद. नमस्ते अंडे. इफ यू हैव एनी क्वेश्चंस प्लीज आस्क.
I request other NRCs to respond if you have any thing to share or query to ask our resource person.
Good afternoon, sir. We are from NRC Chittor. Hello.
Yeah, please speak loudly. I can hear you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your presentation. It's excellent, sir. So now my question is, India follows neighborhood first policy. As you said, we have given COVID-19 vaccines generously for our neighboring countries. Solar alliance, digital initiatives, technological cooperation. So in spite of all this, our neighboring countries like Maldives, Sri Lanka, Nepal, etc. is still away from Bharat. So what may be the reasons behind this? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, continue.
Okay. Okay, sir. That is my question. What may be the reason behind this? These are neighboring countries distant from the Bharat.
Okay, thank you. Any other question, or I take one by one? Okay, so I will reply. So thank you very much, NRC Chittor. This is a very important perspective you have highlighted. That is how there is a whole change in scenario, that countries in Maldives, even Sri Lanka, even Bangladesh stock market, though the Prime Minister is with us, but the opposition is against us. And also in Nepal, where we have the only Hindu kingdom in our neighborhood that was there, and now we have problems with Kala Pani and also other issues which are there. It is a very pertinent question and very significant. That is, what are these interventionist forces? As I told you, that European Union has come up of age, that is, they have all shunned their aspects where, the leadership was there, where substance was there, where the way of anticipation was there. It is high time when China as an expansionist power through its CPEC, if you see this is a Belt Road Initiative which they are building in. It is high time that now we should move on in GT road diplomacy. That is the Grand Trunk Road diplomacy with free trade corridor moving towards Myanmar. We open this trade corridor and the highways are already building up. But China is really creating major problem, because China's interests are there, because China don't want India to emerge or re-emerge as a superpower of the region. And that is why China, India, because of its understanding of supporting of neighborhood, supported the seat of UN in China for China. But China, what did it did? It did the other way around. We have went to go with Rajiv Gandhi to resolve these issues, but they have never, helped India in terms of, respecting the integrity in terms of Panchsheel. But what really is important in contemporary time, we must really act and also understand the very fact that how the India has to really look into. India has to look into in terms of understanding the very perspective, that is what is the scenario that can really bring back these countries, these small countries, back to the fulcrum in Indian context. That can only and only happen when we really see and respect, and that respect will have with samvad. Samvad means dialogue. We have to start a dialogue with them, right? And we have to also respect in the context whether they are a small country, but the way and also the perspective that they are part of the whole subcontinent, we should respect the people. Then we also have to have samriddhi, as I told you, prosperity. If Nepal is poor, it will be threat for us, right? If Bangladesh is poor and in their stock market, if China is investing, why we are not investing in their stock market, right? So if we invest, then we will have a leverage, and also we will play a big role in development of these countries also. That is a shared prospect, prosperity. Then regional and global security. We know what happened with the decision of IPKF, and that was a Rajiv Gandhi. And that we have to face a big problem, that we are still could not resolve our problems with the whole issue. So in this scenario, we have to really understand the way that we can really bring suraksha. Now our suraksha is threatened, the regional security is then threatened, because China is going everywhere so as to encircle us. The other important aspect is that what can change really. The change can really bring in with our Sanskriti and Sabhyata. India has always talked of development of the countries in the neighborhood, but and it is not only under the current government. With the Gujarat government also, the Gujarat doctrine was such to help even the smaller countries, so that to give them free passage. BBIM is one initiative which current government has brought. But China, वो है ना, वो कहते हैं कुछ लोग अपनी हरकत they don't mend their ways, because they are not creating problem for India, but they are creating problem also for other countries in the neighborhood. So we have to have a uniform policy, and that is why India is engaging with the world powers, so that China should be tamed, so that these smaller countries should come to us, back to us, and they have to come back to us, because we are our immediate neighbors, and they cannot change neighbors. So we are not going to change our neighbors. NRC Vishaka, I think you have some question.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Hello.
Yes,
Hello?
yes, please speak.
Sir,
Please,
am I
please.
audible to you?
Yes, yes, NRC
Sir, I
Vishaka,
am
please.
Dr. Ramesh Babu from NRC Government Degree College from Visakhapatnam. Sir, my submission is that to you. Since the non-alignment movement is having 120 members, which is the second biggest organization after the United Nations organization. Nowadays, the non-aligned movement is not being encouraged from our side. Our side means our government is not giving so much importance which we had in the past governments. Why we are not having the same tempo towards the non-alignment movement, sir?
I think your question, NRC Vishaka Ramesh Babu, is very valid, because we spearheaded a movement, and that movement really helped in terms of enhancement and economic prosperity of all the countries who were under the colonial zeal. But what is the real aspect that the world has changed after 1991 is that alignment of all. Earlier it was multi-alignment, that we were following a policy, that is we were looking for alignment, multi-alignment. But now we are talking of alignment with all, because now the world is so changed. completely. That you see, we have relations with Russia, but at the same time, our Ukrainian foreign minister is here. We have relations strategically with Israel, but we are also continuing our relationship with Iran, not one against the other, right? But we are talking in terms of our own supreme national interest, because our supreme national interests are more important than the national interest of these countries, right? Now we are leading not only in Africa, for example, now we are leading in a big way. And if we see, our competitor in all these countries is China. For example, African Union building is built by China, and other things, they are investing hugely in Ethiopia. So Indians are also moving, but the pace is slow. I think with the dispensation, we have to really rethink that we have a continental relation with these countries, right? And NAM, we have problems also, because here we have to move with the USA on the one side, and also we have to take along the USSR or now Russia on the other side. Otherwise, what we have problem which we are facing, that we have built the north-south corridor, but on the one side Armenia, one country is supporting, on the other side Azerbaijan, another country is supporting, and our trade route is still blocked. So how to go and enter Central Asia? So this is a real challenge and a problem, because of the war which has been generated. You know very well in Palestine what is going on, and other countries. So there are few countries, if there is no war, they have to create one. If there is no peace, generate a war. You know, Aleppo was a city of peace. Aleppo was one of the beautiful cities in the world, in Syria. And if you see Aleppo now in 21st century, it is a ghost town. Nobody will go there. So my contention is that NAM is important, and we do attend and also part of the NAM, but the significance has gone down. Earlier it was at the, you know, the Prime Minister took the zeal, and also it was an important effort. But I think the current dispensation, we see that there is a whole aspect of multilateralism. There is a whole aspect of you know, different power blocks. Some people also argue that there are middle powers also. So we have to, in that context, have to steer our national interest, because our national interests are such that we have to have also technology from Israel. Simultaneously, we also need you know, the resources and our traditional relations with Iran. So we are balancing. Similarly with Ukraine and Russia in the current scenario. So we need S-400 also, and if Ukrainian are there, we want the peaceful settlement of the disputes. But the problem really emerges again, that if Ukraine want to be with Russia, or if it is discarding the Russian language, then where it will go? The real problem really is that if there is no Warsaw, there should be no NATO. If there is no Warsaw, there should be no NATO. Why the need for NATO? If the world is for peace, then let it be for peace for all. Why you want blocks? And why you need a military blocks all together? So these are all big questions that the world is facing. India is also overcoming, and India is not talking about the end of history. India is talking about that history never ends. We are here to share. We are here to give to others, the other continents, and we are helping the countries in our neighborhood. We are helping the countries in Africa. We are helping the countries in Latin America. Whether it is democracy, we are helping them. Whether it is the voting machine, we are helping with them. Whether it is the building of the buildings in Afghanistan, in Kabul, that's a parliament buildings we are building for them. So we are always there for all countries. We will remain to be there, because we want that world is one, and if India can take a lead, we are part of that family, right? And in that context, we are helping. I hope I have addressed Ramesh Babu.
Sir, since we are having China as our enemy nearby, and if we follow, if we have support from the NAM countries, we can develop our scientifically and economically, we can get progress. If we follow the paths of NAM, our economy will get swell. Due to that, we will reduce the enmity from side of the China. Why we should not have inclination towards NAM before in the near future, sir?
Yeah, I agree with you, and that's why, you know, if you see, after the end of the Cold War, initially our foreign secretary or joint secretary used to visit. Now the level is increasing slowly, and we are also realizing that, you know, we need these bodies. and also we are creating new bodies also, like BRICS. I told you there is the International Development Bank which is part of the BRICS, and this is the another way, because this is one aspect, but the major aspect is the economic aspect. If we don't control the economic power, if there is no answer or alternative to IMF or World Bank like International Development Bank, then we are not going to fight and also work for the development of this region, and we want that to happen, and for that we need the peace. And in this context, the only thing is that China must realize, because if you see most of the investment in the earlier days, though China is a communist country, most of the American establishment of the companies of the big corporates are there in China. Why? How they entered China? How they are building business there in China? Because these big powers are using, misusing and appropriating. And also at one point of time, they say that it is the Asian century. Asian century means that it is India and China which are going to spearhead the world. And it is true also, because India has a huge mammoth youth, which is to be capitalized, which has to be taken into a new account. So your question is very well taken. NAM is a very important body. It will remain so. It will be a powerful body. If we work for them, we will be working for our own self, because it is the whole old saying that Mahatma Gandhi contested against the racial supremacy, was to strengthen these countries so as to emerge as a world leader. So it is important that India has to come of age so as to strengthen these bodies, so as to come up with a unilateral challenge and to face them unilaterally. But China has to come up also to understand that it is that their scholars be taught, whether it is Fahin, Sahing Sang, it is high time that they should understand the integrity and also respect India as a country which has always given, whether in culture, whether in civilization, whether it is in food, but they should really be a reciprocal, not an expansionist aspect of that relationship. But your question is well taken. I agree and concur in terms of NAM.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Navedji, for sharing your in-depth understanding on India's foreign policy and also responding to our participants. With this, on behalf of CCE Andhra Pradesh and all the participants from different NRCs, we thank you, Professor Navedji, for sparing your time to enlighten us in the contours of Indian foreign policy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Sita. And also, I thank the Commissionerate of Collegiate Education, Government of Andhra Pradesh, that you gave me the opportunity to be with you for this session. Thank you, ma'am, one and all.
Thank you, sir. Namaste.
Namaste. Ande.
Now let's break for tea, and after this, offline session will be followed.